Thank you very much for waiting, and thank you very much for coming to Ruby World Conference 2022 in spite of your busy schedule. This Ruby World Conference 2022 started yesterday. The two-day event is now being held in International Conference Hall of Kunibiki Messe in Shimane Prefecture, sponsored by Ruby World Conference Executive Committee and sponsored by other organizations and companies. And then this event is just streamlined on live through YouTube, and I'm serving as a moderator. My name is Ishihara. It is very nice to see you. So first, on behalf of the Executive Committee and other organizers, Director of Executive Committee, Mr. Maeda, is going to say a few words. Good morning, everyone. I'm Maeda, Director of Executive Committee of Ruby World Conference 2022. Thank you very much for joining this conference in spite of a busy schedule. And did you enjoy a good dinner yesterday? Actually, I just ate a very good quality of beef for the first time in several years. Then I just have some trouble in my stomach. And then this is a physical event we could have for the first time in the past few years. But instead of some troubles, including Imamoto-san's just a charger that is running out and my trouble, everything seems to me quite okay, smooth. And Rinus Tobal, the founder or developer of Linux, that was introduced on some articles written by Matsumoto-san, and then there was some mention reference to Ruby as well. That was very small, but that was quite an interesting movie of interview between them. And the most impressive one is the OSS community contribution. Actually, interviewer was talking about that, and Linus just responded to that comment that OSS community. Actually, I don't like the word contribution to that OSS community because contribution seems to sound that you are doing something for the sake of other people, but it is just a fun, and I'm doing just I want to what I want to do, and then the contribution to the community is just kind of a collateral effect. And then Matsumoto-san, in yesterday's keynote session, he said that now you are a member or members of the Ruby community because you are now joining this conference. So he said that way, but you may feel a little bit awkward when you hear the word contribution. But Shibata-san used another word, ecosystem. So ecosystem, that is just natural living things living in an ecosystem, and then each individual, just animal or any species, they want to do what they want to do. So there is no idea what kind of contribution they want to do for other people. So not exactly contribution, just for fun or for your self-interest. Why don't you just try to touch Ruby or do something with Ruby? I think that may be the better way. And we are going to have a keynote speech later by R.M. Patterson. And actually, he has been to Japan, but at this time we have invited him to give us a keynote speech. And fortunately, he is going to speak in Japanese, and that should be quite interesting. And then there are some other sessions as well, and that should be very interesting to anybody of you. So let's have a good time together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Maeda. And then the next is the keynote presentation by Mr. Arson Patterson of Spotify. Please give us some time to set up the stage for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to start the keynote address too. The lecturer for the keynote address is Mr. Aaron Patterson. He lives in Washington in the United States. He belongs to the Ruby core team and also Ruby on Rails core team. He is working for Shopify, located in Ontario, Canada, and they are making effort for the improvement and the enhancement of Ruby. When he has time, he enjoys cooking and also being together with his family members. He is a cat lover, and he is actually enjoying a lot of things in life. So he will discuss his experience about Ruby. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Last night, before going to bed, I charged my computer. I did. That's okay then. Good morning, everybody. So I would like to start my discussion. You might be surprised to hear that Japanese language is not my mother tongue. It's not. But I would like to start my presentation in Japanese. And I was wondering what would be the best greeting. So when I was writing this text, I did a Google search. So as a result of that search, whether the presentation is successful or not is determined within the first 30 seconds. So 30 seconds have passed. So this advice worked or not, and I wonder how I am getting along. So today, I would like to talk about Ruby development work in Shopify. My name is Aaron Patterson, but please call me Aaron. I work in Shopify, which is located and headquartered in Canada, and I work in Seattle, and my home is in Seattle too. You might have heard about it, but Shopify is actually online e-commerce platform company. I belong to Ruby Infra team, and I am a senior staff engineer. In my team, efforts are made for the development of Ruby, which is our main assignment. It means that the client of our team are actually the development engineers and in other departments inside Shopify. Thank you very much for inviting me to this stage. I am very, very honored to be here. It is after 3-year interval to be here in Japan, and since my last visit in Matsue, 8 years have passed. In the meantime, I made some effort in the Japanese proficiency, and I hope that my Japanese is better now. Thank you. The title of this presentation is Ruby Development at Shopify. To be honest, I like to give some sort of pun, as actually I incorporated two meanings, hidden meanings, in the title. Firstly, in Shopify, the development engineers are using Ruby in what way? So I would like to talk about it. And also in Shopify, effort is made for the Ruby development, so the speed and velocity and also memory quantity are discussed, and so we like to discuss on the various projects. I would like to talk about the various projects based on Ruby. So my part will have some engineering presentation, but in the audience, not only the committers, engineers, but also students and also business owners are here. In this context, therefore, I would not talk all the time about engineering and technology, but there are some technical part, so please listen to that, and I would appreciate your effort to understand some technical parts as well. I am involved in Ruby development, and what was the trigger? And I would like to talk about why I came to be interested in Ruby. And also I will discuss in Shopify how the Ruby is utilized. And also I would like to talk about the effort of development of Ruby in Shopify. Past, present, and the future will be talked about. My understanding of the Ruby. I believe that this goal, the goal of this presentation is that all of you understand why we use Ruby. The conference is RubyWorld. Therefore, I believe that my talk is in line with this conference itself. I will do my best for this presentation. So many students are thinking about learning programming, and some of you might know some programming languages, and I hope that you understand the value of learning Ruby. On the part of the business owners and also entrepreneurs, when you listen to my talk, you can learn something about the benefits of Ruby by introducing Ruby, the problem solution, product development, and also website commerce can be supported. This is an excellent language. I hope that you understand. You would share that understanding too. I encountered Ruby and started to learn about Ruby. What was actually the trigger? I am a professional programmer. In 1999, I started that initiative. In order to make money to support my tuition fees at the university, I started to work. When I was a student, BASIC was the first language I encountered. But when I started to work and use in my work, Perl was the first programming language. So BASIC and C++, and then Perl. I didn't like Perl so much, but the profiling was rather easy, and I felt comfortable about using Perl 5. But Perl 6 is supposed to be very, very good one, and it is rather easy for developer. And I worked in the company. I was paid, and I could actually pay my tuition fees at university. Therefore, Perl was good. But retrospectively, what I can say about Perl is that I was thinking that Perl was good, and I was enjoying it. But I am rather surprised when I remember that. This is one of the examples of the Perl program, rather classical one. This code is much better than what I wrote. That's true, but when you read this code, there are many questions which surface. For example, code is saying shift. The statement includes shift, but from where are you shifting? And also, what is the type of self? And self is sometimes used as a hash. However, it is also used as an object with a method. Furthermore, here is a symbol. What symbol is it about? And how, in the last and the final line, the figure 1 is stated. So these are the questions. So you might have learned Perl. So I believe that you can answer those questions satisfactorily. Perl is a wonderful language, excellent, but there are so many things you have to learn by heart in order to use it. So when I think about Perl, I think that there are many, many rules in programming. And once you remember the rules, you can answer the previous questions. But you are writing programs, so you have to think about the program, and also you have to think about the rules. So the language and associated rules and have to be considered. The longer time you spend for the rules, the less time you have for the solution. So it means that the more rules, the more time to work. Around 2001, I learned about Java. Around that time, American high-tech industry had collapsed, and then .com had crashed as well. Around that time, I was wondering if when I had to discover a new job. I was rather worried in those days. And one day, my supervisor boss said that if you don't learn Java, I will fire you. Therefore, although I didn't like Java-based programming, the circumstances did not allow me to say anything like that. So I decided to learn Java. The Java development environment and also compile time was actually rather slow. Therefore, I didn't like Java, to be honest. But today, I do not talk about the Java environment, but I would like to discuss Java as a language. So I would like to show you some codes which might be quite similar to the ones I was writing in those days. This is quite a typical program which I might have been writing. So what is this program is connected to what? May be easier to understand that than var. For example, name strings are actually connected to parameters, and the code flow is easy to understand. Even though you don't understand many rules, and you can understand how this program is flowing. But there is one thing I would like to note. Here, there is the person object assigned. So this object pattern or type is person. You know that. Therefore, why do you have to have the repetition of the information in here? Furthermore, you create a string here, and as is shown, the type is a string. However, why do you have to repeat that same information here again? So it is repetitive, isn't it? The second point, this is a getter and setter method. Here is a problem of getter and setter method. Actually, this method capture only first name. Therefore, last name should be actually added. So it means that the code will be like as follows. Then new field is to be added. So in order to add new field, two new methods are necessary to be added to each field. My perspective is this. So this sort of code is a very repetitive code and a typical one, and it is waste of time. And so I don't want to write such a repetitive code. Now I would like to show you another example. This is a sample code. So in here, you have to add an integer in the list. So there are integers in each list, and one is actually added, and you should show the integer. In the case of the addition of that, so you have to actually communicate that this is actually integer. So that is in a Java case. But by looking at the 0, this is an integer. So why do you have to repeat it again? So that is a question too. So this is a repetitive sequence arrays. When you have got the repetitive processing, you have used the integer already. However, you have to write it again. This is the integer. This is perhaps a rather extreme case. However, among you, you might have learned Java. And if you have that experience, I think that you can understand the situation and you can understand the question which I have mentioned. So there are issues as shown here. So in the Java language, rather unnecessary bookkeeping is actually is present. That is the cause of the problem. So Java, of course, has gotten less rules than Perl. However, you have to write the type information anywhere. Therefore, you have got an increased amount of bookkeeping. It was 2004 when I discovered Ruby, but I did not discover Ruby. to be honest, and one of my colleagues and actually participated in a conference called No Flex Just Stop. And then that colleague actually gave me the information about Ruby. I tried it and I just came and fall in love with that. So I tried Ruby and I learned as much as possible after my working hours. In those days, however, there was hardly any article about Ruby in English and on the internet. So most of them are written in Japanese. So I decided to learn Japanese. But Ruby was much, much easier to learn than the Japanese language. But learning Japanese language was not a waste at all. I couldn't see that later. Around that time, many core team members of the Ruby were living in Japan and they were communicating in Japanese. Therefore, thanks to my knowledge about Japanese, I could communicate with them in Japanese. So that was a very big benefit. Now let us see Ruby code. This is the sample code. I gave you Java and Perl cases. So it is similar, so the same person class is written by Ruby and in Ruby. Just like the case of Java, just by looking at this one, you can understand how programs flows. What you should remember by heart is limited, so there aren't so many rules. So in the case of Perl, you don't have to pay the tax, which is actually the writing pattern. This is a very small case, but I tried it and I immediately fell in love with Ruby. So why did I learn Ruby? The reason for me starting to learn about Ruby is a language rule, which was very simple. I don't like to memorize so many rules, so the simple Ruby actually attracted me, and I loved it. And in Ruby, there is no repetitive boilerplate code. So it means that no bookkeeping work is necessary in Ruby. Ruby doesn't need it. So that cumbersome work is eliminated in Ruby. Thanks to that, I don't have to think about the programming rules. And I could just dedicated my time to the solution of complicated business issues. It means that I could complete my assignment much more quickly with shorter time. And of course, I could master Ruby perfectly and much more quickly than Japanese. I am a full-time programmer, Java programmer. Around that time, I started to learn Ruby. To be honest, when I was studying Ruby, I sometimes felt gloomy. One day I was a bit gloomy because I knew that by using Ruby, I could complete the assignment within half of the time which is necessary for Java. But I was using Java. It means that I was just wasting time in my office. I didn't like it. And so in 2006, I succeeded in getting another job and started to work as Ruby grammar programmer. Since then, I am a full-time Ruby programmer. So I started to work in 2006, and then I joined Shopify in 2020. So I worked as a Ruby programmer among 5 companies. And in Shopify, I was given totally different assignment, which was actually the development itself of the Ruby itself. And so C language code and Rust codes are written in my day-to-day work. The reason is that Ruby users don't have to use other programming languages than Ruby. So that is what we would like to achieve. That is our aim of our assignment. So what I want to say is that the Ruby programming has got quite good benefits and also features. When I started to work around 2006, the companies which were adopting Ruby was rather difficult. So some time ago, around 2007, America RubyConf was actually organized. Conference organizer on that opportunity said that if you write Ruby to get money, please raise your hand. And When that question was made, not so many people raised their hand. However, today, even that question is not necessary. Such a question is not asked anymore. So you can see that this list and website that lists the top largest Ruby-based companies in the world. Please scroll down, and you can see the market capitalization written and stated in that list. As you see, Shopify is one of them. You can see the Shopify included in the list.
So why is it necessary to learn Ruby? Because you can get paid. Ruby is very easy to learn and it's very fun to write. In addition, you can get paid to do that. I've been praising the Ruby language for a while, and I want to take a break for a minute. I'm an engineer, and I've been programming Ruby since 2006. What I want to share now is my favorite Ruby program I've ever written. This talk is going to be a little bit technical, but I will do my best to explain it in plain language. At work, I'm on a team that is developing YJET. YJET is a JIT computer for Ruby. This JIT compiler is written in the Rust language. YJET is really cool technology. My favorite part about YJET is that it makes Ruby faster. Ruby program doesn't have to be converted and it becomes faster. But honestly, I don't want to write in Rust. I just want to use Ruby. So I decided to try writing a JIT compiler in Ruby. So I wrote a JIT compiler called TenderJIT. TenderJIT is written in pure Ruby only. Unfortunately, it only works on x86-64 computers. I got a new computer recently, and I just tried, and this computer uses an ARM processor. So my JIT compiler won't work. Let's talk about how to write a JIT compiler. You don't have to worry about my explanation because I have 1 hour to talk. We are not going to develop an entire GT compiler in a set time. With 2 hours, I could do that, but I only have 1 hour, so my talk will not be too complicated. Therefore, instead of building a JIT compiler, let's talk about the ingredients of a JIT compiler. Building a JIT compiler requires 2 things. First, a way to generate machine code. We call it assembler. Second, they need executable memory. The JIT compiler will write the machine code in the executable memory, and then the CPU can execute it. That's how it works. So, in order to solve the first problem, I wrote a gem called ARch64. This gem solves the assembler part of the problem. This gem is an ARM64 assembler written in pure Ruby. I wrote this gem because I need to generate ARM64 machine code for TenderJIT. But I also wrote it because I know many people would rather write assembly in Ruby than Ruby in Ruby. So this gem lets you write machine code targeted to the ARM chip, but in Ruby code. Before we continue, I want to clarify something. What is a machine code? Machine code is just bytes or numbers, simply speaking. The machine gives the numbers meaning, but to us humans, machine code is just numbers. An assembler arranges the numbers in a way the computer can understand. The gem I wrote helps us to arrange those numbers by using Ruby only. Here is an example of using the gem. It just writes machine code that returns some number that happens to read at food cafe in hexadecimal. On the left is the actual machine code it's writing. The machine code just puts a number into a register and returns. But this is not something I wanted to talk about. What we really want to talk about is the supporting code behind. I want to talk about the code that enables this to work. I want to talk about this line that said JITBuffer.new. This JITBuffer object provides us with executable memory. It solves the second part of the JIT compiler problem. When we write machine code to memory, that memory has to be marked as executable before the processor will run it. I wanted to provide a generic interface for dealing with executable memory, so I made this gem. This gem works on any operating system as long as the operating system is Linux or Mac OS. It can also be used on any platform. So it works on x86 processors or ARM processors. In order to use this, first we make a new buffer with some bytes to the buffer, then tell the buffer to execute. But there is a problem for me. I want to write a test for this code. The executable memory can work on any platform. In other words, you can use it on both x86 and ARM platforms. So I wanted to write a test that runs on both the x86 platform and the ARM platform. In order to write a test like that, normally I would add an if statement to check the current platform. For example, here we check the platform. If the platform is ARM64, then we write ARM64 code. Otherwise, we write x86 code. But how do we actually write this code? How can we determine the platform? I think it's too hard to determine the platform that we are using. Therefore, I do not want to write such a code. On top of that, this code introduces an if statement, and if statements means the code is complicated, very much complicated. If we ask any programmers, they will tell you that if statements are just not cool. I really didn't want to write an if statement. So, is it possible to figure out the platform without writing any if statements? Maybe there's a way we could ask the CPU itself. As we discussed earlier, machine code is just bytes. So I started to think as follows. For example, is there a sequence of bytes or numbers that will execute both on an x86 machine as well as an ARM machine? The answer is yes. There is a sequence of bytes that will work on x86 as well as ARM. So I want to explain in detail one of my best ideas ever. This is our very cool machine code that is written for x86. I think most people are not familiar with machine code. I will explain this very slowly. The first thing it does is put the value 0x2b in the rux register, then return from the function, then jump to the foo label. Jumping to the foo label doesn't make sense because we should return before reaching the jump instruction. After we pass this code to assembler, the assembler will just turn it into a sequence of bytes. This table displays the byte sequence. On the right is the source machine code. On the left are the bytes for the machine code. There are holes in this table. Here's another program, this time for the ARM64 platform. First, we write 0x7b7 into the x11 register. Then we write x2b to the x0 register. x0 holds the value that will be returned. Finally, we return from the current function. The value we write to the x11 register doesn't do anything meaningful for the program. But the value is convenient in a way. Let's take a look at the bytes for this machine code. Here are the bytes for the ARM64 code. Unlike x86, ARM instructions are fixed width. So each of these instructions are 4 bytes wide. The right side is the human readable machine code. On the left side are the bytes. I left holes in the table so that ARM64 table width is the same as the x86 table width. Let's look at the both tables at the same time. The top table is the x86 machine code. The bottom table is the ARM machine code. I want you to notice something very interesting about the bytes in these two tables. Have you recognized something? The last 2 bytes of the x86 machine code are the same as the first 2 bytes of the ARM64 code. If we smash these bytes together, then we tell the processor to start executing right here. Then these bytes will work on either an x86 machine or an ARM64 machine without any modification. If we are using an Intel processor, it will interpret the bytes at the jump and execute these top bytes. The top bytes will return the value 0 by 2b, 0x2b on Intel platforms. If we are on our ARM machines, it will just put the useless value in the register and then run the rest of the code. The rest of the code will return the value 0x2b on ARM platforms. Both code paths return the value 0x2b. The bytes are interpreted differently depending on the platform. But it doesn't matter which platform we use, the code will return the same value. Let's return back to the JIT buffer test, which is the thing we wanted to write anyway. First, we write the magic bytes that we created in the previous slides. When we execute this, we tell it to start at offset 8. If we do this, it always returns 0x2b or x2b regardless of whether we are on x86 or ARM. this test is cross-platform. There are absolutely no if statements. No if statements means that this code is not complicated at all. It's so simple. So this is my favorite Ruby program that I have ever written. I don't know if this counts as a Ruby program. Probably we can ask Matt about it. Earlier I asked when learn Ruby. I gave a bunch of practical answers to these questions. But there's one answer that I didn't say.
Because Ruby is fun. Since I don't have to think about language rules or bookkeeping, I'm able to be creative. I can use Ruby as a way to write creative programs. Some people like to paint, some people like to write. I like to code. Maybe the program I wrote isn't what you would think of as fun, but Ruby gives you the freedom to express how you are thinking. You can use that freedom for problem solving or just for having fun. So, I want to move on to talking about Ruby at large scale. We've spoken about my history with Ruby. Now, I'd like to move on to the present day. I work at a Shopify, and we have one of the biggest Ruby applications on the internet. When I say large-scale Ruby, I don't just mean lots of internet traffic. I also mean lots of code and lots of developers. According to Wikipedia, we have over 10,000 employees. But I don't know how many engineers we have exactly. But I know we have thousands of engineers. Nearly all of our code is written in Ruby. Our main release application is called Shopify Core. It powers most of our online stores, and it's where most of engineers focus their time. I gathered some statistics about our code base for this presentation, and I want to share it here. This is a chart of the number of lines of code in our application. Shopify Core has over 1.7 million lines of application code. There are over 3 million lines of test code. This application totals more than 5 million lines of code. 5 million lines of Ruby code. That's a great number. Shopify Core is our biggest application. But we have lots of different applications, all of them written in Ruby. So there is even more Ruby code at Shopify. We have over 5 million lines of code and thousands of developers. How can we manage to get anything done? One solution is to have good build infrastructure, which is something we have already. It is easy to run tests, so teams can verify changes they may, whatever the language is. So if you have a good build infrastructure, changes are easy. I want to talk about the Ruby language itself. When you have 1,000 of developers trying to modify millions of lines of code, of course, testing is extremely important. However, there is another problem. If there are so many people and so many lines of code, then the probability of changing familiar code is low. We want to make sure that developers can get familiar with the code quickly so that they can make necessary changes. We have many internet tools for solving this problem, but I want to highlight two tools we use. The first I want to highlight is Solvet. Solvet is a static type checker for Ruby. We use Solvet to add type information to our system. This is a very simple example from the Solvet documentation. Solvet provides a sig module and a sig method. Inside the sig method, we can specify the types associated with the method. In this case, the method takes an integer and returns a string. With these signatures, developers can easily see what kind of object to give to a function, what the function will return. They can use the function without reading the source code for the function itself. Now, you may have noticed something about this code example. This sounds a lot like the bookkeeping I was talking about before. But the difference is that this bookkeeping is optional. You are not required to do it. About 6% of the methods in Shopify core have type signatures. So not everything in our code base has Solvet types. However, the more you add, the more benefits you will see. We regularly survey developers at Shopify to ask them about Solvet. I want to show a couple numbers from our most recent survey. 76% of the survey respondents said that Solvet was able to catch errors in their code. This is important because this type checking happens before developers run any test. In other words, developers are able to find errors in their code before running the code. 75% of respondents say that the Solvet signatures give them confidence when they make a code change. This tool helps engineers deal with large code bases. They can more easily and confidently make changes. Since these type declarations are optional, you can use them as much or as little as you want. You can add more when you want, and they can grow along with your application. The next thing I want to highlight is Ruby LSP. Ruby LSP is a tool that we are developing at Shopify, and you use it with your editor. It tells the editor how to do things like a code formatting or code highlighting. This tool helps you write code quickly and does manual work for you. For example, it will fix indentation. It can show documentation for the code that you're working with. It even offers code completion. It suggests ways to finish the code you are typing. This feature takes advantage of the type information that we've supplied via Solvit. The more type information this has to work with, the more code completion it can do. All of these features help developers at Shopify modify code they've never seen more quickly and efficiently. Again, I'll ask, why use Ruby? I already talked about this from a developer's perspective, so let's look from a business owner's perspective. You can start your application very easily. Ruby stays out of the way so that your developers can be as productive as possible. This means you can get your product to market very quickly. It is easy to try new things and see what works without spending lots of time in development. Ruby scales along with your business. So when you find an application that works and your business grows, Ruby will grow with you. If you are a small company that want to get the product to market quickly, Ruby has the tools for you. When a company grows to thousands of people and thousands of developers, Ruby is still the best. We've talked about my past with Ruby as well as my present day with Ruby. I try to tie those experiences with reasons you should learn Ruby and use Ruby. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about Ruby's future. The first project I would like to highlight is a project called Error Highlight. Please don't be surprised, but this project is used to highlight errors in your application. This tool makes artwork to show you where the error is. The goal of this project is to help programmers identify where there are problems in their code. Earlier this year, Mame added error highlight integration to Rails. Now, when there is an error highlight will show you the place in your code where the error happened. You can see the red line shows the line of code, but the yellow part shows exactly where in the line the problem happened. The next library I want to show off is a library called Syntax Suggest. Just like Error Highlight, the name is very literal. This library finds invalid syntax and suggests ways to correct the syntax. If it can detect if your code is missing a keyword, and it will suggest how to fix it. It even has editor support, so you can see the feedback right inside your editor. The last thing I want to mention is a project that one of my colleagues at Shopify is working on. It's a project called YARP. It stands for Yet Another Ruby Parser. It's a parser for the Ruby language. The idea is to make a Ruby parser that is tolerant of errors. In In other words, when it detects an error, it will try to continue parsing and give feedback on how to fix the code. With this project, Ruby will be able to give developers more detailed feedback about how to fix their code. What do these projects all have in common? I think the answer is developer ergonomics. When I talk about ergonomics, I'm talking about not just how easy it is to use a programming language, but also error recovery. I think there is revolution happening in the programming language community today, and it's revolving around ergonomics. Developers are making more and more demands over programming languages today. They want something that's fast. They want something that is easy to use. And they want something that will help them to get the job done. That language is Ruby. Well, it was a very honor to speak here, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we would like to entertain a few questions from the audience. If you have one or two, please raise your hand. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Of course, you can ask questions in Japanese. I will do my best to answer the questions in Japanese. The microphone is now to be brought to you. My name is Imaizumi. Thank you very much for that excellent one. And bytecode, you mentioned how is it in agreement? How did you find that it was actually in agreement and work properly and correctly? How did you find that? Very, very good question. Thank you. And I tried many things. And then, so Excel is 6. And I was looking at the bytes. So the bytes created was looked at, and the ARM64. So just like an ARM64, so I found a similar movement to that one in ARM64. And how are they connected? So I tried to work out and how they were connected. So then it was matching. I found that they were in agreement. So it was trials and errors. Eventually you found that. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you. And thank you for the question. Is there any other question? Yes, please. And somebody in the center of the auditorium. Yes, and somebody is raising their hand somewhere in the middle of the room. Thank you for your excellent presentation. My name is Fuga. So you were actually talking about the library dealing with type information. And actually, RBs was another language which is dealing with that other type information. So RBS that will be actually becoming in the future. What will happen to both of them? And do you have any outlook about those libraries? It's a very excellent question. Thank you. Actually, to be honest, I do not write type information. I don't. However, in the company, most of the people in my company love it. They like it. So other members are actually writing that. But RBS and survey relations, I don't know how they are related to each other. I have to go to the team and ask that question of them. I'm sorry that I can't answer that. Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you very much. Is there any other question?
Yes, I see someone raising her hand in the back of the room. Thank you very much. It was very intriguing talk. And my name is Taiko. Talking about if statement, it isn't cool that what you said. But I frequently use if statements. So any nice, cool items instead of if statement, if you know something, could you please let us know? I'm very sorry, it was a joke. If statement isn't cool, that was my joke. Sorry about that. I think if I do not really mean to say if statement is not cool. Okay, I will keep using if statement. Yes, please do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I wonder if there is any other question. So if you have some other questions maybe later coming up in your mind, could you please communicate with Aaron-san, and you can exchange name cards, business cards, and have a talk. So Aaron-san, Ruby was actually the trigger point and for you to decide to learn Japanese language. Your presentation was wonderful, excellent, and we had a lot of fun because your jokes were excellent too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we have listened to Aaron Patterson's presentation. So now we will move on to the Ruby sponsorship session. But before moving on to that, we would like to have a short break. Ruby sponsor session will be starting at 11. Therefore, could you please use this time for walking around, stroll around. So that next session is starting at 11:30. 11:30 next session.
We are going to resume the session soon. Could you please return to your seat? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to start Ruby sponsor session. Among the Ruby sponsors for Ruby World Conference 2022, we have 3 companies to make presentation. First of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Makoto Toriyama of M3 Corporation. The title is Technology and Team to Support M3 Digicar Cloud-based Electronic Medical Charts powered by AZ with the speed of 2,700 requests per second. Mr. Toriyama, please. Hello. Are you enjoying the day 2 of the Ruby World Conference 2022? I am a software engineer at M3. My name is Toriyama. I'm very happy to introduce the company and the product. So I would like to introduce the company, M3 Corporation. We are the company to offer products and service of IT to the medical care. The mission is by fully utilizing the internet, we will maximize number of healthy people with longevity and minimize unnecessary healthcare costs. We have global business over 15 countries. More than 6 million people are using our service. That is more than 50% of all the doctors in the world. Talking about Japanese doctors, more than 300,000 Japanese doctors, more than 90% of the doctors are the members of our service. Now, let me talk about M3 Digital. That is the product I'm in charge. There are 2 points I would like to share with you. First, about the product M3 Digital, and next I would like to talk about technological challenge we face. Okay. M3 Digital is a cloud-based electronic medical chart powered by AI. And to solve every issue in the clinic, we want to maximize doctors' time to see patients. What kind of challenges and issues in the clinic? I would like to share with you 3 examples. Number 1, it's cumbersome to prepare medical charts. And the paper-based medical chart was a lot of the workload for the doctors. And electronic medical card make doctor's job easily. AI can learn the past the entries and also suggest what kind of entry can be done. And also, very much complicated electronic medical chart in the past, and there are a lot of customized portion. And then in digital, operation is simple, but high usability can be attained. We are now challenging to achieve these two features. And number three, we want to solve business practice in healthcare industry. When it comes to on-premise AMC, every several years, replacement is necessary. That causes several millions of the cost, and coordination with the doctors and vendors are necessary. In case of cloud type EMC, this kind of cost can be eliminated. Now, the number of medical institutes introducing our service is growing rapidly. We started our product in 2015, and last year in fall, more than 3,000 medical institutes are using, and we are now aiming at 4,000, 5,000 medical institutes. And among the clinic which have EMC, 22.3% of the medical institutes are using our service. That is the number one service growing in the area of the cloud EMC system. Well, I would like to talk about the team of the developing M3 Digital. We have 2 product managers, engineers 9, QA engineers 4, designer 1. In total, 16 people are working for the team for the development of this product. However, this number is not enough, so we need colleagues to attain our challenge targets. Now, what kind of technological challenge we face? Well, we're actually using a lot of technology and tools, the back end. Of course, Ruby on Rails is used. On top of that, we use other language in the back-end list, Scala, Go, Node.js, front-end, React, TypeScript are used. In infrastructure, mainly we use AWS, and GCP is also used. And this is a multi-cloud system. So Ruby on Rails are actually used. And I think you can actually take a look at the various technology working with us and how our scale has been changed in the past several years. In 2015, we started up our service, and this is how it looks like. So we were dealing with 1 through 100 clinics. We have very simple system, web server and application server and others. Very simple system configuration. And each server has AC2. Then this is the current situation. So much more complicated. So because we are dealing with more than 3,000 medical institute and too much difference, so you don't know what's happening. We went through a lot of changes. So I just would like to highlight major points. Number 1, new products introduced, and also collaboration with other products. And we started the DAY2 Smart Medical Care. This is a new product using IT. For example, if we go to clinic as a patient, we don't need a medical card because we can just use the QR card, and then that's how we can register. And also after seeing the doctor, we don't have to wait until we pay. We just can get AI apps so that we can pay later. And also the doctor's questions asking to the patient, and the reply will be already automatically entered in the EMC. And such medical experience can be much more convenient by implementation of a lot of additional features, and that's what we are doing right now. And infrastructure have been changing. Then microservice can also be used. In digital, we have a lot of microservice and also newly added features, and we use Ruby on Rails for new additional microservice. Number 3, right-hand side of the chart. Well, we now have the increasing number of medical institutes using that. So medical institutes are divided by a certain number, and load is distributed, and that's what we call the sharding. Currently, we have 13 shards. So at the peak time, 2,700 requests per second is the speed we work. When we think about number of the medical institute and users, I think that this is still going up. So we would like to scale up our service, not only the product, but we also have the scale up of the team. So that's the reason why we really need your help and contribute to the medical care with us. And there are a lot of challenges we have to deal with in order to meet expectation of the users. Number one is the function development. Number two is a stable operation. So I think the availability and also reliability is necessary. Then what kind of implementation and design will be necessary? That is something we have to think about. And maintenance and improvement of development speed is a must. We launched our service in 2015. We have to update our technology and our aspect, and we want to achieve high speed in making the target possible. Well, not only M3 Digital, we actually deal with a lot of other products. You can just search M3 Tech blog. Then you can find a lot of interesting articles written by our employees. So if you're interested, could you please search this M3 Tech blog? I would appreciate your search. And if you are interested in our company or our service, could you please drop by at our booth? Our booth is located on the first floor exhibition hall. And Ruby quiz content is also available over there, so we will be waiting for you. Could you please come visit us? Now, I hope to see you directly on a face-to-face in the M3 booth and also during the casual conversation. Thank you very much. Mr. Toriyama, thank you very much for your presentation.
So if you would like to know more details, please go to that exhibition hall on the ground floor. And there is a booth presented by this company. Now the next presentation, which is by the Metal Peer, and Mr. Hirakawa Hiromichi is a speaker. So the journey working together with Ruby. In healthcare, medical care, we provide evolution. Healthcare providers and also the patients and all those who are involved in healthcare are supported. Health tech and platform is provided by Medapia. Good afternoon. My name is Hirakawa. I am a Vice President of Engineering of Medapia. In this presentation, I would like to discuss and describe the journey which we have taken together with Ruby. So this is the agenda, and I would like to touch upon these points. Self-introduction followed by Metal Peer, overall landscape, and also the journey, and also the outlook for the future. So let me introduce myself. My name is Hiromichi Hirakawa. In Metal Peer, I work as the Vice President of Engineering, and I joined this company, SIR, and then I came to SNS Development Company, and after that, I joined the Social Application Development Company. In 2018, I joined Metal Peer. This year, in July this year, I became Vice President of Engineering, covering and looking after the engineering and approaches. The first Ruby was 1.8 when I touched it about 14 years ago. Since that time, I have been always working with Ruby. This is about Medapia Group. What is Medapia? Medapia, the mission is to support doctors and help patients. The doctors and support, and also we would like to provide help for the patient. Vision. Based on the collective wisdom, we would like to reinvent medical care and healthcare. We have gotten certain features. There are 3 points. So actually, it was founded by a medical doctor who is working in the front line. His picture is now, he is a representative of Medapia. He is actually a medical doctor and a physician. In 2004, he founded this company while finding issues to be addressed in the healthcare industry, healthcare businesses. So that was a starting point of the company. In 2014, this was listed. Company was listed in the securities market. So he is a medical doctor, and also he manages the organization. 150,000 doctors are the members of this company. It's about 40% of the total doctors inside Japan. This is the basis of our business operation. That is a strength as well. By utilizing the platform, we actually provide services. The base needs the medical doctors, and also by using the network in the healthcare, we are now evolving and developing various functions and also services. That is our strength. This is our group's operational portfolio, business portfolio. The key and the core is actually the platform of collective wisdom. We have got members who are doctors and also pharmacists. That is a foundation. And based on that and a core structure, we provide services for patients and also public in general. And the preventive platform is provided so that the services are offered to the businessman and business working organization and also public in general before they become ill. And after they become patient and also ill, primary care platform is actually provided. And the right-hand side, you can see that the care and also the terminal care. So that is actually the care taking and supportive platform. So what sort of engineering technological assets do we have? The key technology is Ruby and also Ruby on Rails, which is actually framework. In the front end, IBOJS and also smartphone-oriented application is provided Swift and is used as a language. In the infrastructure, AWS is used, and also in the CI, GitHub Actions and also Circle CI are used. So let me talk about the mechanism and system of Medicare. We have got a tech support system. Up until 120,000 yen are actually given as a subsidy by the company for the scale up and also buying the keyboards and also joining the online learning site. And the AWS is supported. And also if you decide to have a qualification exam, that is supported by the company too. And the circle reading initiative is also in place. So every week the people get together and read technical documents and also books. And the pull request and a review meeting is held. So if you have gotten some pull requests and which are to be shared, and team members get together and the members outside the team get together and share their views. Ruby and also Medicare. In 2016, while the PHP was actually used for Medicare service, but around that time, there were 2 Ruby engineers. And then 1 year afterwards, in 2017, Ruby engineers actually enlarged in number. So this is actually the excerpt which was used for 2017 Fukuoka Ruby Kaigi. And in 2019, there were 35 Ruby engineers. We actually talked about it in 2019 in the conference. And today, 2022, there are 55 Ruby engineers working in our company. Then iOS and Android and also ERS. And in total, we have gotten about 80 engineers working in the organization. So we joined the Ruby Kaigi in 2022, and there were about 20 people. We went to MIE, and the repository today is more than 80, and the archive and also the internal gems are also included based on Ruby. So the products are operated and many, and more than 20. And in the server side, 90% of the languages used are actually Ruby. So by using Ruby, we do the analysis. So by Ruby, and we have expanded our businesses, and we have grown as a company. Now, I would like to talk about Ruby and a company. In 2022, Medicare actually transformed itself. The server main core technology was Ruby, and in front end, a smartphone application, the services have expanded in scope and also the number. SRE has become more sophisticated and advanced. So in the past, there was only one CTO for managing the organization. But by covering all those areas and also growing, there was some limitation if there was only one CTO. Therefore, we have changed the organization. So we have got multiple professionals working together. So this is an organizational change. In each region and also area, the experts will work for the decision making and professionalism oriented and guidance is provided. So the technological decision making has been actually divided into groups. So let me talk about the Metapia. And the next Ruby is what? So we sometimes talk about the future of Metapia. But as far as we are concerned, we continue to use Ruby. And I would like to reiterate that message to the audience here today. So we have been living and growing together with Ruby. And the Ruby on Rails and are quite sophisticated and mature one. When we have analysis of function, there are various gems which are instantly used. More than 50 Ruby engineers are working in our company. So rather than the other languages, and Ruby has got a higher productivity. We have got an accumulated know-how, and also in order to develop those young generation as Ruby engineers and also the programmers, and we have got a good educational environment. So together with Ruby, we are planning to grow further and provide better services in society. Thank you. Hirakawa-san, thank you very much for your presentation.
Let me introduce the next speaker. That is Mr. Akihiro Kato of Qubit Corporation. His title is Engineer Process and Engineer Development Curriculum of Qubit. Mr. Kato, please go ahead. I would like to talk about engineer process and engineer development curriculum of Qubit. I am Kato from Qubit. I'm very happy to meet you. We have a mission of challenging insight and achieving progress. My name is Akihiro Kato. I have experience of development in Rakuten Ichiba. I'm good at architect and new development of large-scale traffic. And I am engaged in various careers as shown, and I'm serving as a technological consultant in several companies. This is agenda I'm going to cover today. First, I would like to talk about Qubit business. This is Qubit Incorporated, and Shinjuku is where the headquarters is located. The CEO is Mr. Yoichi, and digital media and social media anime are the major business. The number of employees is less than 200. One feature is we do have a lot of interns, like 120 or so. So we are very young and active companies, and even seasoned employees can enjoy working over there, including myself. The media business is our main work. We have comparison media of more than 100. So we share technical information in specialist area and help attain better understanding. Besides comparison media, we have the site to help select hometown tax donation, and we have the site to help select appropriate loan for each person. And social media anime, there's a so-called Momo Ume. And a lot of people, especially young people, know about this anime. It's already made into the TV program, and Sairi Ito has actually acted in the drama, and drama aired on TV too. We also have new businesses, so every day we work for new product development. I would like to talk about our technology team. So the male-female ratio is 3:1, and the average age is same as the whole company's average age, and we have 5 interns working for us. And we want to have the in-house development of various projects. Therefore, we are rather new team and the new hires are joining us because we want to enlarge our engineering team. And mainly we hire people from outplacement agent and recruiting media and referral. So this is a category of the work. I think feature I can say about that is DX specialist is about 1/5 of the total number, and also number of SRE engineer is higher than other companies, and percentage of in-house engineering work, I think it's about 30% or 70% or so, and some contracting is less than 30%. I now would like to talk about organizational strategy. So by providing challenging opportunities, we develop autonomous human resources organization and flexible for change and capable of firm decision making. This is our midterm HR strategy. And we actually revised technological team mission 2 years ago. That is, we would like to aim at empowerment of management strategies and tactics with IT. And every year we do have the specific themes to work on. This is organization chart. 3 years ago, BPOE Mr. Goto joined the company. So we now have established a very stable system. And the number indicates the number of employees in the media development, product development, DX strategy, corporate IT, SRE. We do have these teams. Each team have its own role, and SRE DX strategy's role is bigger in comparison with ours. Talking about DX strategy, IT solution inside the company main job. In 2020, technology midterm vision was made, and currently 2022 everything is going on smoothly. We have a good progress, and we would like to further reinforce our brand and process, and that's the reason why I'm participating in this conference to make a presentation. And this is the history of technological team, and we only had the 7 members in 2020, and this is how our midterm strategy started. And career development cycle system was started. I would like to elaborate this later. And new business and new service are deployed successfully, and we do have a lot of teams and engineers. Role definition and intern development programs are also going well. And since BPOE joined us, everything has been progressing very well. And technological stuff, since we are engaged in a lot of new business, so I think there are a lot. Of course, Ruby and Rails are used, and you don't have to worry about the sequence of those names. Now, let me talk about career development cycle. This is abbreviated as CDC. So, career development cycle, I said I would elaborate on this. We actually use career development cycle. So, in order to achieve the ideal condition of each person, each member should learn and grow through experience of work. And that's what we support. And autonomously, employees have to work, and then, as a result, they should grow as a professional in the company. And CDC is a kind of the process turned again and again. First, strength, challenge, and the theme for growth are set. So engineers should think about himself or herself and clarify the target, and that will be followed by the manager. That will help attain the success of the project and the growth of the engineer. Then what kind of career plan available? That's shown to the engineer so that he or she can think about future career that could lead to the growth and career development of them. There are base career and each role. How the career is evolving from the base career to various types of works, from tech lead to engineering manager or tech lead to PDM. These vertical paths are also available if engineers want to go through this route. We have 5 intern engineers. They also have career plans prepared. They do not belong to one team. I would like them to experience various teams so that the potential capability and width of the engineering work should be learned so that they can think about what to do in their future career. This is the definition of role of each engineer. So this is busy. I do not go into the details. However, at each stage, role is defined. And this is the definition for each role. And next slide is further broken down version. And this is the role definition of web application engineer. And at each stage, there are grades set. And for each grade, what should be the ideal state? To reach that state is shown clearly to the members in the team. Now, we also have the skill mapping framework of career development is prepared like this. And first, entry of career map, and then entry by engineer manager, and through the career development meeting and feedback is given to the employee, and then target setting and company-wide evaluation. How to set target or objective: will, can, must, and strength, challenge, growth theme. These are to be covered, and theme for the growth is to be set, and then one-on-one, that is employee and the manager work together to achieve the target. And this is the skill sheet we use. So not only the current status, but 1 year from now, 3 years ago, and the future ideal state to be entered. So we use this kind of chart for visualization. So the person himself, herself, and the manager can learn how the status is. And then learning circle and experimental learning circle. So I think that people can grow through a job, especially the challenging opportunity. So we consider that experimental learning cycle is very important. After setting the goal, the people do have the various experience. Once a month, the introspection is important, a kind of the review, and also one review together with the boss and lesson learned, and that should be verbalized. And then next situation, they actually try what they learned from the lesson, and then that will go to the second round of the cycle. So I think this kind of learning circle should be repeated again and again. For each cycle, the employee should learn and grow. And this is what we call CDC. And everyone is actually involved in this CDC cycle. And this is the end of my presentation. Now, we are now hiring new personnel, and I would like to talk about which position we need, like in-house SC, BPR, DX, manager and corporate IT manager and tech lead. If you are interested, could you please contact us? Please come visit our booth on the first floor. So I would like to present you this nice, beautiful glass cleaners. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my presentation. Mr. Kato, thank you very much for your presentation. With this Ruby sponsor session, and all the morning session program is completed. The afternoon program, Ruby Prize 2022 rewarding ceremony will be started at 13:30. If you ordered lunch, Could you please go to the first floor exhibition hall with your ticket? And please refrain from eating or drinking in this hall. For lunch, please use the exhibition hall. And there's a waste box on the first floor, and sorting of the waste and garbage will be appreciated. At the entrance of the hall, you can find the PR materials of the sponsors. You can feel free to take them. And we appreciate the cooperation against coronavirus infection by wearing facial masks and hand washing. On the first floor, there is an exhibition booth by Ruby and Platinum sponsorship company. And 12:30, foreign technology presentation, 12:40, Sky Corporation, and 12:50, Kiwi Go make presentation. These are all platinum sponsors of Ruby conference, and these are all short presentation. Ruby Prize 2022 awarding ceremony will be starting at 13:30 in this hall. And the recipients of Ruby Prize 2022 will be announced. I appreciate your participation. If you need a receiver set for the simultaneous interpretation, please contact the reception desk. If there's a problem in the receiver set, please let staff know. If you're going to leave, please return the receiver set at the reception desk. If you use the parking lot, you can get a ticket, free parking ticket at the first floor. In the first floor, there's a charging station of electric device. You can freely use it. Thank you. Now, let's have a break for lunch. Thank you.
RubyWorld Conference 2022 on the second day. And as we did yesterday, I'm now on the exhibition hall on the first floor, and I would like to just report some of the companies. So first one today is the Underpad. Hello. So what kind of exhibition you are now doing? Yes, here in our booth, from floor to the project management. Here, this is a kind of an underpad that is the management software to or for the construction, building construction, and we just showing the demonstration how to use or how it is this underpad and chat screen and then actual demonstration or experience with the underpad. And Shibata-san and it is a good chance for you to show us a special stickers of your picture on it. Yes, the number is running out, so please just rush to the booth immediately. And these kind of things, the stickers and others, there is some other small things available as well, although the number is quite limited. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next.
Thank you very much. Far End Technology Corporation, what is exhibited now? So we provide a cloud service and a Milet Mine, so you can get the details about this and service. And a very delicious coffee is made available, so please do come to us. So that's very nice, and have you chose very particularly good beans? Not really, but in Matsue we found this delicious coffee bean. So it is used, and so I will come back for this coffee. Please do, and we welcome. We wait for you. And amenity goods are here. So these are shining, aren't they? So they have nothing to do with our own product, not our product. However, Pico-Robi based on keyboards are being presented. So through collaboration and coordination, and multiple companies get together for the coordinated PR, that is really good.
Okay, next is Sky. So could you just say something about your company? Thank you. Here, this is our company's brochure, Sky and Sky Client View and the Sky Desktop Client. So the Sky C Client View that is a software for client management, and then there is some more information about this product when you come to this our booth. And another one is here. This is a Sky Piece. This is a new software we have launched this year that is manage the business cards. If you have some trouble about managing the business cards, there are too many. Why don't you just come to our booth, and perhaps you may be familiar to this kind of TV commercials. And when you come to a booth, this one Haichu gum and Mintia and small notebooks, they are just offered free of charge. So that is a very good. And here you can see the Sky Piece and the name of this management software on the surface of this product. Thank you very much.
So this is KiwiGo. Could you please talk about your company? So Agile Wear is actually provided by KiwiGo. So this is an internal exchange, and also the exercise are to be actually advanced through this smartphone application. How many steps did you walk? I have downloaded, but you download it, you can see how many steps you have taken since this morning. So can you see the band? So if you come here, this band will be given you as a gift. This is a smartphone application and actually cardiac beat, and also the steps are counted. And you you can transform them to coins, and coins, Amazon gift and Docomo points, and can be actually gained if you transform them to them, and also for internal revitalization program. So I would like to show it closely. So this is a program for giving more livelihood in your internal activities, and this will be another gift and you can get if you come to our booth. So that's really fancy. I like it. So if you come to this booth and meet us, rather surprisingly, this is actually the seal giving such a sort of a certificate and a sign. And so this is actually that ligature band. And this is a seal sticker. So this is lovely, isn't it? Because then you can see Kiwi, a lovely Kiwi is actually holding the application on the top. So for all the active communication inside your company, you can use our facilities and also services. So Kiwi goods and lovely. So why don't you come and get it? I will wait for you. Please do come here.
And here, this is the last booth, Shimane IT Open Innovation Center. Hello? So could you say something to the audience? Yes, in our institute, we just developed mRuby/C for IoT devices, and then this is this can run even on a one-tip microphone, and then here IoT devices, particularly produced by the Shimane companies, that means local companies, they are just exhibited here. And on the first day, most labos, Hasumi-san just produced this kind of a special device, PRK Farm A, that is a Ruby-based keyboard mapping, and that is quite flashing, and you can just enter or use a keyboard, and you can just make sounds, although that is maybe a little small, because this is only the sample demonstration. Yes, but it is quite interesting visually and acoustically, and this device is very fun. Yes, and then this mRuby/C. Actually, this is one of the things we have developed. But Fukuoka and the Kyushu Kyushu Institute of Technology, they have been working together with us, and then we have some staff from Fukuoka Prefecture government as well. Yes, hello, it is nice to see you. I'm coming from Fukushima, and we're just borrowing some space here to just show something. And like Shimane, Fukuoka is also just stimulating the Ruby based software development industries. The first one I would like to say is mRuby. We would like to make the best use of Ruby and develop language, another set of language that is easier and simpler. As Matsumoto-san said before, the QPS Research Lab, they are involved in satellite development, and they use mRuby as well, one of the programming languages. And the Fukuoka Ruby Award. Actually, we are just inviting the applications to this award. And then here, this is the 50th event this year, and Matsumoto-san is the chief examiner. And then the highest award is 1 million. And then the limit is, or deadline is December 2nd. So why don't you just develop something and apply for this special award with this prize, 1 million yen. Yes, and Shimane and Fukuoka, they just tied together hand in hand, and then just creating a new wonderful or interesting world. So thank you very much. That is about the report from booth. Why don't you come and have some good time here as well. Thank you.
どうぞ。
Thank you very much for coming in, to this Ruby World Conference 2022. A short presentation by sponsors are just going to start soon. The first one is the Ishikawa-san and the technology. Yes, I would like to say something about red mine improvement. This is my self-introduction. Far-end technology, and then I belong to the service development group. My name is Ishikawa. development of Redmine and Redmine plugin and other in-house system development that is my job. And now I'm joining this conference, particularly at the lunch station time. But actually, I couldn't get the money to buy lunchbox. So I feel envious for other people who are now eating their lunches. And here, this is about a far-end technology here that is located in Matsue, and this is the scale of our company. And far-end technology, we are now recruiting our colleagues working together with us at far end. If you have an interest in this, why don't you just reach me? And I use the word Redmine at the time I introduce myself, but do you know what this is? Redmine software. That is open source software for project management. It is free. You can just download this program anytime, and this is for the purpose of bug management and planning and progress management and customer support management, server management, other things. There are many things you can do. And then 2006, 25th June, that is the first launch time, and so that means more than 15 or 16 years this program Redmine have been evolving. This is not new one, but this is rather big in scale nowadays. But 6.17, we updated this one to 6.17, and the wireless rock, the Oatbell, that is changed. Another one, DAY2, that was quite tough and challenging because the directory code was a little bit different from the current version of a wireless, and plug-in was destroyed and something like that. It was tough. And here this is the aligned code versus years from 26 to 2022. As you see here, the volume of code that is increasing steadily, or only one way. And the Redmine, we offered some Redmine-based softwares, and then here, not only the cloud-based services, we are involved in the development of Redmine programs and other softwares for our customers. We are involved in the development of open sources of Redmine as well. And then here, 38% of the cases, that is 54 out of 143, they have been developed by far-end technology. Actually, our company president is the committer of this Redmine. So just I would like to just going back to the jobs I do, what I do at our company. Here, this is the rough idea or summary of my own jobs at the company. So, first one is just decide a ticket or task ticket. The Redmine development project that is visible to anyone, that is in open public domain. So the tickets are just registered, and the bug reports and others discussions are just going on the online. And then sometimes I just come up with new ideas of the improvement of Redmines, and then sometimes I start to working on that. And the Redmine that is most often used within a company, so if there is something I can find, I try to improve that. The next one is additional function and bug fixing. I have to write this kind of a code. And then the specification of a function that is included as well. And then here, that has been 16 years, so that means there is a lot of just lines of code, and it is easier to learn code by reading this one, GitHub and others. Well, this code and this method that is rather old, written 16 years ago, that is quite stimulative. And nowadays, ticket is linked with the code, and we can tell something of the background of the ticket or the lines of code. But if that is old lines of code, it is quite difficult to understand the background, but that is fun. Try to know that as well. And test code, I'm involved in the test code writing as well, and then this is necessary or essential to just have a commit. But just without the test may be able to be added to patch, but perhaps there may be somebody just who suggests that why don't you just write a test code as well. And a version app. Yes, there is a good just a test code that is available on Redmine, so we just keep up the version app as well. And then after the road writing, I just support this kind of way, and then there may be some feedback from the community. And not only feedbacks, and sometimes there is some ideas or suggestions to improve the line of code I have written, so that is a very great lesson I can learn through the communication within this kind of open information exchange and communication. That is a very place for us to learn about coding. And then if there is no problem, there is no problem, then the committer would commit this code into the Redmine community. So this is how I do my own job at my company. And the next is about Redmine improvement at Fine Technology. In order to make it easy to develop a Redmine program, so we have regular Redmine improvement meetings at Far End Technology. We share this kind of a screen and then discuss tasks, and then oftentimes Slack huddle meeting that is often used so that we can just communicate remotely. And the Redmine committers and the developer and the supporters, I think there are many people who are very well just versed in the Redmine programming, and if there is something I cannot solve alone, then it is easier for me to consult or find and consult with somebody the how to just implement the new program, and then how to do with the specifications. So it is easier for me to just think about these kind of things, and then develop new things responding to the customers' needs and demands. That is another thing we can do. So Redmine and just development, that is a part of our official jobs at our company, and we would like to just continue this kind of effort furthermore into the future. And then lastly, I would like to repeat this slide again. Fine Technology is now looking for new employees, particularly the engineers or developers, for example, AWS-based solution planning, designing, structuring, and management, and the Ruby and Rails and JavaScript framework, developers and application developers. And if you are not interested in this kind of thing, we just offer very tasty, delicious coffee in a booth. So why don't you just visit our booth and enjoy coffee? And then there is some time I have to go. So Zeitberg. I just talked about some terrible experience about the conversion in the Zeitberg, and that is just the searching way. Just changed the file name searching, and so it may be easier. But if you just follow the Rails correctly, then there should be no problem. But Zmine, that was created 16 years ago, so that means the file, just the code of 5 rules are not like current Rails. And the Rails rock, that is there is a classic mode to avoid that kind of things, but eventually that is just related to the Rails, so Rails log. That is what we do, although my environment is very small. Wiki page, RB page. So wiki page RB, as you see here. Sometimes we try to break down this kind of thing into multiple sections, and this is leaf div RB, and Redmine div, the class div. That means there is some mistake or error of naming. And then also sometimes if I find that you cannot do anything at all, then you can just insert ignore or inflector. That's another one, that is to override the class-defined name. So that is just some examples we have experienced, a kind of a tough experience. So this is not so easy, and if you still try to do something with that mind, and so please just keep doing that. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ishikawa-san from Far End Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, now Sky Corporation System Support Department Instructor Namiki-san, please. Good afternoon. I am Namiki from Sky Corporation. Today, I would like to share with you our product SkyC Client View. Before going into the topic, let me briefly introduce our company. Our company was established in 1985, 35 years ago in Kyoto. We have headquarters in Tokyo and Osaka, and we have more than 3,500 employees in 12 cities in the country. Our business actually have two types. First type is software, the planning, development, and support, and ICT environment arrangement, and the other one is software development and evaluation verification. We are dealing with software development and system integration. That's our main business. Now, let me go into the main topic. So, I think some of you may hear the word SkyC Client View for the first time. So let me briefly introduce. And IT assets, including a client PC and in-house server software network, can be integrated and controlled, and we can help prevent infrastructure information leak. And this has been already introduced by Shimane Prefecture and other prefecture. Version 1 was released in 2007, and we actually have the intake of various feedbacks, and we continue improvement of the system. Even its first time, the screen is easy to handle, and we have the big icon and the cursor, and implication of operation can be shown, so even a beginner can easily use it. So on-premise, this has been provided since the release. Now, a cloud version is available since last year. So according to your environment, you can select the most suitable edition, and on-premise and cloud, both function will be substantialized. Now, let me talk about more in details about the function of the SkyC. So this is a function to be able to grasp the current condition of the hardware. So agent is installed to its PC, then hardware information can be collected automatically. Then automatically ledger can be made. So the managers do not have to manually enter. So the number of the units of the PC and the version of OS and the most recent asset condition can be seen. At the same time, application installed on the PC can be collected automatically. Then, for each application or for PC, install situation can be confirmed by registering information. The license status and how it is used can be found out. When application vulnerability is found, then immediately you can grasp which application is installed in which PC. And you don't have to ask the employees to do the distribution of the update version. And not only installation, but installation can be done. And if you fail in distribution, you can do the redistribution to the target PC or each group. You can have the different date of distribution. Therefore, network overload can be avoided. And not everything going from the server. For each segment, the relaying terminal is automatically selected so that the server load can be minimized. So this is how we can work on to the unified PC environment and optimization. And OS can be updated, and Windows update can be restricted in our system. After a new system is released, automatic update can be delayed, and also update for the some particular cases can be controlled so that with the limited transmission of the traffic, work will not be deterred. And also Microsoft Office can be updated. So I think the distribution point should be set for Micro Office Reader, but the control screen is already mounted. So schedule setting can be done to check the schedule and also the timing of the distribution. And for some of the edition, this is the optional item. Now, I would like to talk about the log control function. Now, the right-hand side, there are 15 types of the log is collected. So when you start a PC to complete various operation, history can be checked. So when you want to check the log, number 1 or 2, the category, the period or the keyboard can be selected. And also lower part, number 3. And this is the result of the checking, like sending a confidential file on the Gmail, or some mail can be changed to the in-house mail only. So this kind of operation can be checked. So some potentially risky operation can be grasped, and also you can actually check the log computer. So after power is still on and the work is over, then at a certain time point, the mouse or other things do not work, then it is considered at the end of the operation. And SkySea log can be used for the actual work, like attending or leaving the work site. That can be also used so that work time can be controlled by the company. On top of that, message to let you know the end of the work hours. And this is very convenient so that your workforce can finish work on time. And overtime work is applied using this screen. And if you need a forceful implementation, then at a certain time point, you can just lock down and the network, or automatically the power can be off. Now, of course, the employees should work on, and later on the operation is checked. But the real-time operation will be transmitted to the manager, and also operation is limited by some reason, especially when a confidential file is locally transmitted, that is deleted quickly, and 5 web upload can be banned. That kind of policy is available. And right-hand side, and this kind of alert message can also be shown on the desktop screen of the user, so that the policy can be distributed and the security awareness of the employees can be enhanced. And USB device can be controlled. This can be the root of information leak. So the read only or usable or not usable, these three types of categorization possible. However, if you ban all the USB device, then work will be deterred, and someone will need to USB device on certain occasion. In such a case, for each one of USB, you can control to make it read only or user. So only for sales division, USB can be used, or certain employees can be used for the certain purposes. You can set like this, and also outside the company, you have to use a USB device. Then a dedicated tool can be used so that it can be used temporarily. So USB device utilization in-house can be minimized so that you can work to prevent information leak. So not only information leak prevention, and also the countermeasures against the outside attack is also done. The UTM can actually check the suspicious transmission, then such transmission is automatically severed. Then secondary damage can be prevented and avoided. And besides UTM, endpoint security product available, and it can work as a vector. So malware can be detected, then the target PC is automatically severed from the network, and the UTM linkage, in case of UTM link, still communication with Skyway is available, so the person in charge can check whether or not that PC still can be okay. Then if it's acceptable, then the PC can be reconnected again. This kind of remote control function is very usable. So the user and the manager can use the same screen. So in order to explain the operation, or in order to cope with the trouble, you can use this screen. You can share the screen. This is also optional in some of the editions. How did you feel about that? If you are interested in this SkySecret view, could you please go visit the exhibition booth? I hope you will visit by to see our products in detail. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Namiki-san from Sky. Thank you very much for waiting. And the next is Kiwi Go. And Kawabata-san and Mizuguchi-san, they are the presenters. Yes, good afternoon. Well, 3 days of a week every other week with the same amount of salary. And then Kiwi Go, that is a health care management service, which have saved the 10 kilo overweight me. Here, I'm Kawabata, the president of Agile Wear. Well, actually, I'm originally the engineer, development engineer. In this August, Red Mine Handbook, I just has published this book. It took 3 years. No need to say that. Well, Maeda-san's just an introductory Red Mine. I referred to that book very much. But anyway, I could just publish this book. And my name is Takashi Mizuguchi, and my colleagues and my friends call me Gus-san. And at Agilewear, 7 or 8 years ago, actually, 7 or 8 years ago, I just joined this company and then repeated the business trip between Osaka and Tokyo. and almost 4 times a week. And then the red mine, just I'm involved in the marketing and promotion of red mines. And then from the beginning to 500 companies or clients, just I was alone to sell this product. Yes, thank you very much. And then this year, we are now celebrating 10th anniversary of this company, and we are located in Osaka, just near Osaka Castle. And we have office in Tokyo as well, and just rent some space in Tokyo as well. And then in December, just we are going to just move Alco Tower building that is just near the very famous Korean barbecue restaurant. And then the head count is 50. And actually, suddenly we we have just decided 3 days off a week on second and the fourth Wednesday. Sorry, that is every other week. That means that second and fourth Wednesday of the month that is off. And then here, and this is thanks to the Light Red Mine, and that is a major business we do, and that is a Gantt chart and a waterfall supporting program, and then Agile. This is a quite an easy program. It's a dashboard, and then the resource management and other things. There are a lot of functions that is worked on by managers, and then more than 6,000 companies have adopted this program, and most of them are industrial companies, but there is some other companies as well. And 30 days of use, that is a trial, and you can use this program free of charge, and we have a very good, excellent track record. So, going back to the previous talk, that is 3 days off a week. That is not Friday. The Wednesday is off every other week. So that means you can take holidays or just off and on and off and on and off, so you can repeat that kind of a cycle. And then why we have decided 3 days off a week or a 4-day work week? Because you cannot say that the longer time you work, then they are better and more performance you can see. That is not true. That is not the case. So you need to just keep the high motivation and then concentration, and then should work sustainable manner, and then then you can see the good successful result. And then agile development. Actually, I've been just involving agile development very seriously when I was just an engineer. And then within that 12 practice, there is some practice 40 days a week. And that means 8 hours by 5 days. IT industry was so active, but that may have meant that people just had to do some overwork as well, a very long time. But by practicing the 40 hours a week, we can just keep the high motivation concentration and then just repeat short cycle releases. And this is our mission. So the customer satisfaction, that is the first priority. And we would like to just develop and offer software quickly, and that should be of a very high value. And then, but how many hours per week that is most productive? Actually, nobody knows that kind of thing. That's right. So 2 days off, that means a 5-day work week, may be more productive. However, we have decided to just use or adapt to 4-day work week every other week. That means 32 hours a week. And then we wanted to have a try to demonstrate that is quite productive. And then nowadays people are just paying more attention to the productivity itself rather than labor working hours. And then nowadays the improvement to QOL is quite important. You need to have an optimal balance between work and private life. And that means a well-being improvement. So well-being include physical and mental and social happiness. So you should be happy from any perspective. And if everybody is happy working at a company, then that needs to satisfaction and happiness of customers as well. And then you can just seek this kind of a well-being through a good cycle, then eventually you can see a good company and a good product. And this is another example we do at a company related to the well-being. So from 2020, actually February, we decided to do the remote work, 100% remote work, and as a result of that, just I gained 10 kilo as a result of that 100% teleworking, and I'm not young anymore, and it was so easy to gain weight. And I put this kind of a headband and do some running and other sports. Then yes, I could just control my weight by 10 kilo. Just return to the pre-COVID weight. And next month, that means 4th of December, Naha, actually a marathon. I'm just entered. I'm going to just join the marathon event in Naha in Okinawa together with him, and we want to survive. Yes, and I'm worried about my own knees very much. But anyway, you need to just pay attention to the well-being and the health conditions of your employees as well, and that is a kind of a social requirement nowadays. And then last year, November, we launched a Kiwi software to help the company do that. And here, the promotion of the sports or physical activities and team competition, working competition. You can do this kind of thing using this software. And one of the features of this software is that is to stimulate the communications among employees as well. And the physical activity is one thing, but nowadays the communication, the needs to have a better communication among colleagues that is just more higher needs in the society. Yes, that's right, particularly at bigger companies. And first and second month and the third month, as you see here, with the use of this kind of a program, you can see the actually increase in physical activities. So good conditions physically, mentally, and socially as well, and that is help create a good and much better working environment. And then so the well-being that is also just linked with well-being as well, and particularly Kiwi, it's focused on these two. So this is the charge for using a Kiwi. Actually, yesterday, I did some discussion just outside of this venue, and then there is a new charging plan just set up. That is a flavor plan, the 100 yen per month. That is a new plan which has just started. And then you can experience this program 30 days free of charge. So not only within the company, but even outside of the company, we would like to just make people happy together with this kind of software. And here this is a special pose that is related to or as a symbolic of the Izumo or shrine. And there is some handbook available free of charge in a booth as well. So why don't you just drop in a booth as well. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kawabata-san and Mitsuguchi-san. Kiwi go. So that's it about the short presentation by Ruby and Platinum sponsor companies. And then RubyWorld Conference 22, we are going to just resume in the afternoon soon, later. Thank you.
会場よりご案内申し上げます。会場内での飲食、喫
I
煙、
would appreciate it if you would
関係者以外の動画撮影、
refrain from eating,
録音、
drinking, and
並
also
びに
video
携帯
taking
電
and
話の
photo
ご使用
taking,
はご
as
遠慮
well
くだ
as
さ
the
い。
use of
皆様のご協力をお願いい
phones,
たし
mobile
ま
phones.
す。
I would appreciate your understanding and
同日通
support.
訳レシーバーをご利用の方は
If you
受付
need
にお申し出くださ
translation
い。
equipment, a device,
レシーバーに
receiver,
不具合
please
がご
let
ざい
us
ました
know.
ら
If
スタ
there
ッ
is
フま
any
でお
technical
申し
problem
付け
in
く
the
ださい。
device, please let
お
us know
席をお
too.
立ちの際は
When you
同時
leave
通訳レ
your
シーバーを
seat,
お持
and
ちの
please
上、
carry the
必ず
receiver
受付に
with
ご
you
返却
and
ください。
return it to the
国
receptionist
引きメッセ
desk.
駐車場をご
The
利用の方
Kunibiki
は
Messe
駐車
Park is
料金の無
available.
料増
If you would like to use the car park service, please come to the exhibition hall. In the exhibition hall, there is a charging station for mobile and also electronic devices. Around the exit and also entrance, there are various materials and for the public relations and of various supportive companies. The afternoon session is starting in a minute or so. Please wait a little bit. Thank you. Good afternoon. We would like to start the Ruby Prize 2022 awarding ceremony. The Ruby Prize is aimed at recognize and also award those people who made the contribution as a new talent. It was started in 2013. It is actually the New Talent Award for the community. In 2020, it was actually formed as individual award. The candidates of the awarding is are recommended by all over the world, and the Ruby Association and Japan Ruby no Kai, and also Matsuye City, which is also coordinated by the working committee, organizing committee of this conference, and do the screening. Today, we would like to identify, nominate, and also award the Grand Prix awardee. Now, for the Ruby Prize 2022, the final nominees are invited to the stage. Yuta Saito-san, Jan Bussier-san, Lars Kanis-san. So these three people are the final nominees of the Ruby Prize 2022. Please be seated. First of all, from the Ruby Prize organizing committee, the chair, Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, is coming to the stage to deliver a few words of congratulations. So I am actually quite well known as a workloaded chair. So Ruby Prize is now presented to these to the person, and there are three final nominees on the stage. The Ruby is not actually possession of any company. It is not possessed by any organization, no company. Multi-association and is of course present, but that does not have the ownership of Ruby. What about the copyright? Maybe most of it is in my hand. I possess that, but is Ruby belonging to me? I don't think so. The Ruby belongs to the community. So the community owns Ruby, but there is no physical existence of a community. The community is actually a gathering and association of individual people who are committed to the Ruby for its enhancement. Not only Japanese population, but also peoples outside Japan share the same aspiration. That's why Ruby can be existent. So it is a gathering of individual people. So when some achievement is recorded, then why not? Then rather than actually recognizing the individuals instead of organization, that was actually starting point of the Ruby Prize scheme. And the session has been actually supporting us and while sharing the same aspiration with us. So these 3 final nominees are with us today. And one person is to be actually announced as the Ruby Prize awardee. So their achievement is wonderful and really impressive. And furthermore, there are many participants and candidates for the Ruby Prize and who are not on the stage, but they also made very significant contribution. So I thank to all of them. Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto, for your speech and congratulatory remarks. On behalf of Matsue City, I would like to invite the Mayor Uesada to deliver a few words of congratulations. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Uesada. I am mayor of Matsue. So the Matsue is the Ruby City. Welcome to this city. So Matsue is quite well known as a city of Ruby. And we have been actually running quite long distance, and we actually heighten, elevate the gear shift, and so that we can achieve even more speed and to cover more distances. Ruby is well known to you, and if I may say something, it is an actually world representative programming language which is disseminated across the world. It is applied to many applications and it is loved deeply by many engineers. So it is actually the social infrastructure today. It is not too much to say to mention that. So how has it been improved and modified and so corrected through the history? That part might not be so well known to people in general. So maybe that has been the fact. So we are in the Ruby community in which volunteers and also those with high aspirations have been supporting Ruby. So that is how Ruby has been enhancing and also evolving. So we would like to limelight particular people who have made particularly important contribution. So on behalf of Matsue and also supported by Matsumoto-san, we actually started this initiative of the Ruby Prize. So this is this was started in 2014. And now it draws more attention from the world, and the Ruby can make even more significant contribution to the well-being enhancement and also the progress in the world. That is our sincere hope and also aspiration. So now this is actually the time for celebrating them. Saito-san and Jambusie-san and also Raz Kanish-san. Let me give you some background. Saito-san is actually making contribution to the stability enhancement of the Ruby, and he has been working on that.
And Jambusie, not only the improvement of a Ruby ecosystem, he is involved in the new function implementation. And Raz Kanish, he is the Ruby installer, improvement of Ruby installer. He's been involved in the improvement of that for a long time. So they made all just a contribution to the development of a Ruby program. And as a Matsue City, as I said before, around Ruby, we would like to just promote and develop the city furthermore. And the Ruby City project and the Ruby City Matsue project 2.0, and so that means a version app that is now in progress. Particularly, we would like to have a connection to outside the world, Matsue as local companies, and just around them. We would like to cross-industrial collaborations, and then we would like to develop a new business ecosystem to just create a new innovations, and also the global businesses or globally working companies. We would like to develop and stimulate this kind of activities as well in Matsue City. And lastly, the Ruby Prize, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Matsumoto-san and the Ruby Prize Executive Committee members and all the people to close my greeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Uesada. So, Mayor Uesada just made some introduction already, but I would like to just introduce some accomplishment of the final nominees of the Ruby Prize 2022. First, Yuta Saito. He just made the Ruby more stable and a stable operation on the WebAssembly that was well evaluated. And John Bussier, he is involved in the improvement of a new feature improvement and implementation of Ruby system. And Lance Canis, he's been involved in the Ruby ecosystem development on Windows for a long time. So thank you very much for waiting. Now we would like to just announce the winner of Ruby Prize 2022. So we have 3 final nominees, and then the Ruby Prize 2022 is going to go to one of them, and then I would like to ask Matsumoto-san to make the final announcement. Yes, the Ruby Prize 2022. The final winner is Saito Yuta, Mr. Yuta Saito. So Saito-san, thank you very much and congratulations. You are the winner of a Ruby Prize 2022. So let's move on to the ceremony. First, Yuta Saito and the other nominees, John Bussier and Lars Canis, we would like to just present the prize to these 3 people in this order. So congratulations. Thank you very much. The letter and the trophy and the plate that they are given to the winner of a Ruby Prize 2022. So Mayor Uesada just offering the plate of prize 1 million yen. Congratulations. And the Ruby Prize 2022, Saito-san, would you please just say a few words to the audience? Thank you very much. Yes, actually, it was a coincidence I started to be involved in Ruby, but I tried to do something I wanted to do step by step, and then here, this is the result. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to do this, and I would like to take this opportunity to all the members of the community. They accepted me even if I was a very, very beginner, but I would like to do something more better in order to improve Ruby ecosystem. Thank you very much, Saito-san. And the next is John Bussier.
Development and Spirit of Ruby. November 11th, 2020, Ruby Prize Executive Committee Chairperson, Matt. Thank you. ありがとう。
松本委員長から。
Thank you. So Matsumoto-san has given just a certificate and a trophy. And from Mayor Uesada, here this is additional price 100 million plate. So, Jambushi, could you say a few words to the audience?
Thank you, everyone, especially like the Matsue City for inviting me and organizing my trip. I had like a really lovely time in Matsue. The food, especially, is amazing, and God knows French people are very picky with their food. I would like to thank Mats and all the Ruby committers and contributors over the years for Ruby, which is pay my bills, but also is source of joy every day. It's not just a practical language, it's a work of art, it's beautiful. So I wish to continue doing that for many years. Thank you, everyone.
ジャンプシェイ様、ありがとうございました。続きまして、最終ノミネートされましたラーズ・カニス様の表彰に移らせていただきま
Thank
す。
you, Jambushi. And the next one, the last is the last Kanis.
That was the thing. On November 11th, 2022, the executive committee chairperson, Mats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So a letter of certificate and then some trophy they have been given to last Kanis. And then from Mayor Uesada, yes, the ticket of 100,000 yen. Sorry, 100,000 yen. Yeah, 100,000 yen additional price ticket. So, Lars Kanis, could you say a few words to the audience?
Konnichiwa. Yeah, I want to thank you, everyone, as well. It was a really great pleasure for me to come to Japan. I couldn't believe it, to be honest, that yeah, for these contributions I did. Yeah, but I will carry the welcoming culture of Japan that I have got a part of. I will carry it to Germany, and I really like it to be here. And I understand this invitation also as a call for participation for many more years. And I will try to make it real. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars Kanis. And yes, yesterday there was some time that actually yesterday's party he just played Ruby. He just composed while he was on the flight. So anyway, I would like to ask Saito-san to make us a kind of a special speech to commemorate his achievement.
Now, Saito-san, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to talk about WebAssembly, which is actually the basis of this award for me today. I am very honored to be given this opportunity and also award. My self-introduction, my name is Saito, and I am actually a university student of Waseda University. My major is computer science. While being a student, I also work in a company called Good Notes. It is actually note application company. The language Swift is actually the main assignment, and I provide web assembly support for that language. Therefore, my interest in WebAssembly and also the language processing in Ruby, I have been making contribution to the issues and related to WebAssembly. That is actually the background of the boarding too. So what is WebAssembly? As is self-explanatory, in the context of web, the development is being conducted. So browser implemented JavaScript and is different. So it is different from the program of JavaScript. In 2017, it was actually launched. Therefore, it is a fairly young project. Already, however, all over the world, it is used in many products. When it was first announced, the JavaScript was rather difficult to implement, namely 3D rendering. So that was one application, and that was the main actual application of WebAssembly. This is actually the Matsue Castle-based WebAssembly product. So WebAssembly is being run at a very high speed by using 3D rendering. There are interesting features in WebAssembly. The format does not depend on the CPU architecture. What does it mean? No dependency on architecture. So you might remember about the intermediate representation of compiler. Compiler is designed easy enough for the operator. Sometimes for the optimization, information is sustained. So as a program optimization system, it was not particularly optimal. In the case of WASM, however, so the distribution is optimized. It is actually a major concept of the design from the very beginning. That is interesting. And so it doesn't depend on a source language. Therefore, it is a rather low-layered and specification. JVM is sometimes compared with that, and Java is an actual. So JVM is rather strongly flavored by Java, but this one, WebAssembly, does not depend on source language. And also the access and restriction to host an environment is rather comfortably done. So unreliable program is executed in platform. So that is quite an interesting and also important role, I suppose. What about the speed? It is not equivalent to the native. However, it is a fairly high speed is actually assured. That is one of the features as well. So the browser is the main environment, as I have said. The WASM itself is actually designed from the very initiation time so that it can be run and performing in environment other than browser. Therefore, in the specification itself, there is no statement which depend on JavaScript. So that is an intention. Along with that intention, currently, it is actually, it provides various runtime independent from a browser. What is well known is WASM time. So that is actually primarily developed by Fastly. And also Intel's WASM runtime is also made available. IoT and also that an embedding environment are the ones in which it is run. So the resources are rather limited in those environment. What about the WASM specification? So there is not, it doesn't actually require so many things to the system. Therefore, as a result, it is rather easy to embed in application. And so MB and also Redis might be overlapped with this one. And also, when with regard to the host environment, so it's not accessible. So perhaps you can actually receive the input and from users, so it is convenient. So as application plugin system and also edge server operated and a serverless and a platform might be actually considered. So there are various options and which are offered. So I have been talking about WASM and I have been actually boasting about WASM. I did not talk about Ruby. However, what is an WASM? So beyond the web browser use case, and it has got a high potential as a program transformation formats. The potential is quite rich. For example, from the side of the language, if you compile to WASM, even in the host environment of ARM and also x64 or even bare metal, it can be actually run. And on the platform side, if you support WASM, you can directly support various languages. So as the language exchange system, de facto JSON can be considered. So in JSON, the data, it is actually the data exchange and a de facto standard. So I hope that WASM can become the de facto standard of the program exchange format. That is my hope. Now let me move on to the next part of my talk. Now, when time goes by, developers' interest can be actually concentrated on application. I think it is a trend we can observe today. For example, before the container and in those previous ages, and if you would like to distribute the whole environment, you would have used VM images. In reality, file system and process and segregation or isolation are requirement. As long as it is isolated, it's okay. As therefore, the container technology and that sort of things emerged, and then in our day-to-day practice, it is used. But the file system and also Ubuntu are actually distro an isolation requirement. So even there is no such a requirement of isolation, such as another simplistic calculation and file reading, what would you think? So the container is not really suitable. So when there is such a context and the WebAssembly binary can be used as an application unit, perhaps that would be actually better fit an idea and concept. Of course, not everything is to be replaced from the VM to container. The main environment wasn't actually transformed before. So what you would like to do is rather straightforward, simple. You can do the simple things in a simple manner. That is the world we are going into.
So now I'm going to talk about Ruby. So Ruby is quite a popular language that is used for many purposes, but still that is not yet complete. That means that is not yet untapped or unexplored part of the languages. And of course, there is a good point and bad points of the language. However, in order to know that, you need to have some platform on which the application can run. So, WebAssembly, just Ruby support for WebAssembly. That is what I did to create different situation uses, and then the Ruby and others that can work on browser and any other any other platform system. And then Ruby Anywhere, that is a slogan I made actually by myself. But to be honest, actually there is some initiative to use C Ruby on WebAssembly. However, that is based on the use of a browser-based tool chain that is encrypting. So that means WASM original portability is quite limited in such kind of situation. So browser-based tool chain to WASI, that is standardized WASI that can work even outside of the browser. So that kind of just a specification support that has published, and then actually I did that this year's Ruby conference as well. And then here, this is the WASI. So that is wazi or wazi. That is the subject of this prize winning. And then actually that is just immersed into the mainstream, and then that is the beginning of this year. And the tools and the libraries, I just have been implementing different things step by step on it. And as a result of that, you can write this kind of Ruby on an HTML script. So it looks quite simple and easy to have a try, right? So why don't you just try it yourself? So IR big demonstration and other thing, I did that, but today I'm gonna show you a new demonstration program, and that is a Jupyter notebook, the Ruby program on Jupyter notebook. That is what I want to show here. So I don't want to use the internet connection here in this room, so I just made a kind of a short video. Here, this is a browser and a Jupyter notebook. That is a Python executable environment, and you can just write Ruby on that system. So strings are written here like this, and there are some method completion or method suggestions, and when you run this program, then you can see the result. So this is just a simple Jupyter, but no use of a server resource. This is working only on a client side. So Jupyter usually use a server space, but here you can do that only on a browser. And one more thing I would like to show is that is a little bit more complicated. This one. First, with the bundler and the necessary regimes have been installed, and this is a bundler inline and a gem file that is written on just a script, and then run this part first. And here this is a charty and red data sets DARU, that is a tool based on the data sets that is for graph, lot, gem, and data sets. So that means download that kind of things remotely. So I'm now using that. And here the require has been written, and charty that is initialized. And here this is here the plot chart by Ruby, and that is a charty code. And here that is actually executable on a browser, and then directly on Jupyter you can show this kind of a plot chart. So this is a new product of mine, and then actually this has been posted already to GitHub pages. So here, this one, this URL, that is a link to that particular page. So if you're interested in this program, why don't you just access and then have it try with you. try it, have it try yourself. And then challenges, current challenges. Well, that is rather stable, but still there are some other challenges remaining. The first one is the code size, I believe, particularly the Ruby script itself. That is a binary size, but that just take a lot of space. And for example, the minification, actually I try to use minification in order to reduce the space that is not necessary for grammatical purpose, but actually reduction it's not so much. And then because of binding, you cannot just shorten the name of the variables, and then it may be a little bit difficult to do something on a source code. And then interpret itself is rather big in size. That is another challenge. So I want to do something on that. So here, that's all I wanted to say. But this is summary with the Ruby 3.2. WebAssembly and WASI, and just I try to develop these things that could be the next generation of execution environment, and then I hope this is our first step, or the one step towards Ruby Anywhere. So that's all. Thank you very much. I want to continue this effort. Thank you very much. Saito-san, and then Jambusier and Lars Canes. Please just give them another round of big hands. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So this is the end of just award ceremony of Ruby Prize 2022. And next is Bumbu Japan Living Gear. Mr. Living Gear's presentation, but we would like to have a 10-minute break, and we are going to start the next session 2:20. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. We would like to start the next presentation and lecture. The speaker is the one who applied to this program review committee. Candidates were screened. So the lecturer here is actually Mr. Renbagyan, and he actually came over to Japan and studied in Keio University. In 2012, he graduated from Keio University, after which he went back to Vietnam. For 5 years, he worked for Japanese capital. So he learned from CTO the Ruby, and he used Ruby for the system development in various ways. After he left that company, he founded his own company, and it is actually the Japanese society addressed business operations. He will actually introduce to us the Vietnamese circumstances of the Ruby-related educational program. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lê Van Gian. I am from Vietnam. 12 years ago, I was studying as a student in Keio University. For the first time, I touched Ruby. And then I learned the C to Java. When compared with Java, Ruby is different. Therefore, around that time, Ruby was not my favorite one. Around that time, I didn't like it so much. But after graduation, I started to work in Vietnam. And then I learned, experienced the development, and then instantaneously I came to love Ruby. As a Ruby engineer, so I wanted to become, I wanted to join this conference. And then Matsumoto-san, I deeply appreciated him. I wanted to see him. So at long last, and I am here. So my dream has come true, and I am actually elected as a lecturer for today. I am so happy about it. So in Vietnam, I would like to discuss the Ruby-oriented educational system and how the Ruby is used and for the enhancement. I think you might feel a bit sleepy, but please pay a bit of attention to me. My Japanese is not so good, so maybe pronunciation is not always correct, but I would appreciate your kind understanding. So today's presentation focuses on these issues and subject. First of all, so I would like to introduce my own company, which is called Bumbu. The name is Bumbu, and the Bumbu comes from Bumbu Ryodo. So you are good at both the culture and also literacy and also the martial arts. In 2017, I founded it in Hanoi, in Vietnam, and a web system, mobile application AI system are developed. It is a system development company. In the operation, sometimes we are commissioned and a quasi-commissioned type of operation. In the case of quasi, so depending on the customer's skill level, we actually offer a certain working time for the engineers. In the case of a commission type, we actually identify the issues of the customers, and through the hearing and consulting, and also the requirement, the definition, and also design and the development, testing, and also operation start. They all covered. And we offer the comprehensive solution model. And we have gotten a good experience in RAISE. That is a strength of our resources. And also React Node.js and have been developed quite often. Why did I come to be involved in Rails? In 2012, I graduated from Keio University, after which I went back to Vietnam, and I joined Frangia, located in Hanoi, which was actually a Japanese-related company. From the CTO of that company, Honma-san, I learned about Ruby. Honma-san is here today participating in the conference. After 5 years working in Frangia, I actually learned a lot about Ruby and Rails and advantages and strengths. Through the system development, there are various points of strength of Ruby and Rails. The first point, learning is very easy. Convention is easy to understand, and a short code is used for the complicated logic. That is the implementation. Among various programming languages, actually, the learning difficulty is low. The second point, the development speed is high. Ruby on Rails is used for the service and the product development at an amazing speed. Therefore, it is easy to development. For the startup and companies, Rails is actually the most convenient one and the relevant one, I suppose. The third point, it has rich library. And because of such a rich gem system, various functions and also external applications can be called for, so that it can be easily implemented. The fourth point, a standard type of design is easy to understand. The Rails is actually implemented based on the standard design system of the web application. Because of that, the implementation is quite easy and the maintenance is straightforward other than business logic. Therefore, the complicated business logic can be actually implemented with focus and effort. 10 years ago, Ruby engineer was none in Vietnam. And in Flandria, we actually make effort for the Ruby engineer nurturing. But actually, Ruby engineer nurturing is not done by Flandria. So we have been taking over that, and also we are making effort for the Ruby engineer nurturing and also resource development in Bumbu. Let me show you how Bumbu is actually implementing that scheme. In Bumbu, we actually invite the highly competent university students in Vietnam for the internship programs. Hanoi Institute of Technology, the National University of Hanoi, and Hanoi, the Telecommunication Institute of Technology, and the Military Engineering University are all covered. IT, very prestigious IT universities. From those prestigious universities, we invite the third grade and fourth grade students to come to the internship. In Vietnam, the mathematics study and also education is highly regarded and also quite strongly recommended in primary schools. Therefore, the students in Vietnam are very, very good in mathematics. In Vietnam university, the students have to very hard. Not only software, but also hardware has to be also studied. Mathematics, algorithm, development, network, and telecommunications, and encryption, database, and those things are all covered in the first 2 years. But what is missing is actually the actual application technology and expertise in Bumbu. By utilizing the knowledge and the actual work and how to do the work is educated. Now, I would like to introduce to you the internship program which Bumbu offers. This is the internship of Bumbu, which has got 3 major phases. In the initial 2 months, the Ruby and Rails tutorial sessions are provided. So you self-learn that, and CTO organizes a seminar once a week, and then Rails and basic knowledge is actually educated. So other than Rails, and they have to learn HTML, CSS, Javas, and MySQL. After 2 months, test is done, and then if they pass, they go to the sample project phase. In phase 2, sample project is to be actually initiated, not as an individuals, but by team. It is actually conducted. So not only developers, but also QA are to be included. A sample project and details will be introduced to you later. Bumbu CTO does the source code review. He can teach the internship and students and how the business level of development quality should be like. Phase 3, the experienced and seniors are actually joining. Therefore, it is not sample, but also the actual services used by the company are used, and also they learn from the experienced and engineers, and those experienced leaders and work and with end users, and the end users are internal people too as well. So the requirement setting and the design, development, operation are all covered. So it is actual work in business world. In this phase, and the students can learn from the experience and the leadership. they can compare their experiences. In phase 1, the basic knowledge, phase 2, sample project experience, so they can actually review what they have learned as knowledge. In phase 3, they can learn how to do the work in business world from those seniors with experience. These phase 3s are covered, and if they cover all of them successfully, they are employed by our company, Bumbu, and they will be assigned to various projects for other customers. Now, the next one is in phase 2. What sort of sample projects are to be developed in the phase 2? I would like to let you know what sort of a project they will be involved. Machine learning is included in this project. So sample project, and this one has got machine learning. I have prepared some video clip for demonstration. Yesterday, I was with Matsumoto-san, and this is a photo I took with Matsumoto-san. I would like to use it as an example. The image is here, and the image is actually classified into object. The internship cannot actually deal with AI. Therefore, AI engineers prepare that, and then AI scripts are actually incorporated. That is all that they have to do. So this is done. So it is a straightforward project. However, various technologies can be learned. For example, so Python script and also that classification and implementation and file uploading and others can be all learned by the students in the internship program. The next one is phase 3, and the Ruby-based development was done. And so I would like to introduce to you what sort of product was developed. Please look at it. The customer management, project management, and sales management control and invoice management are all covered in this in the function. And so this is operational system. It is used internally. This has got various assignments and tasks, and the end user communication is very important so that confirmation is correct. When the system is operated, run, the feedbacks will be given by the user, based on which they can actually experience of the enhancement and improvement of the system quality. There are two goals: Ruby internship and resource development, and also inside Ruby, the internal digital transformation can be promoted. Now, we are thinking about a recruitment system, skill sheet management, and also that the work hour confirmation sheet, and also internal learning system in our future plan. So we would like to promote that DX. So we are planning to disseminate the Ruby inside Vietnam. And first of all, through the coordination with the nationwide companies and universities, we would like to offer internship in many universities. There are many talented and high competence students. Unless they get good training, they cannot develop their talent. So in Bumbu, by focusing on Ruby, we would like to actually provide them with good environment of training so that we can actually develop their talent and also competence. The second one is a secondary primary school student-oriented programming development program. So in Vietnam, IT engineers are quite actually aspirated and a job profession. Many children would like to be IT engineers. So there are many children who would like to learn about the programming. Therefore, the Ruby is the most relevant and good because it is not too difficult. In 10 years' time, we would like to have coordination with the all nationwide Vietnamese universities so that we would like to develop 10,000 Ruby engineers. If you are interested in this project, please let me know. And finally, I do love Ruby. Really, I am in love with Ruby. In Vietnam, my mission is to disseminate Ruby. Please leave that assignment to me. I will do it very well. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Levan Gia-san, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. due to the time limitation, I'm afraid that we cannot entertain the question and answer session. But if you have any question, please come forward and meet Deva Gansan directly, and please ask questions. Please give a big round of applause and to express our thanks to Deva Gansan. Thank you.
Next, we are going to have Mr. Yohei Yasukawa's presentation of Yaslab Corporation. Could you please wait a minute until the stage is ready? It seems he's ready, so let us start the next lecture. The speaker, Mr. Yasukawa, graduated from Waseda University with a master's degree of information science and engineering and active as AIT lecturer and super creator of IPA certified Mito and other areas. Since 2017, he has been in charge of course of framework development theory using Ruby and Rails. The number of students increased gradually. In FY 2022, his course was evaluated as 4.73 out of 5, which is number one ranking in all the courses in the first quarter. His title is Design of Teaching to Win Number One Ranking with Ruby Rails course at AIIT. Mr. Yasukawa, could you please go ahead? Thank you very much. My name is Yasukawa. I'm very happy to be here. I think a lot of people are watching the web transmission, and thank you very much for being here. And this is a graduate course student evaluation of the lectures. At the very beginning, I got 4.1. This is not too bad, but my score improved and 4.73. So FY 2022 is not over, but I am a kind of the candidate of the best teacher for this year. I'm very happy to be here, and there are some new faces, and I have the big tutorial of the 800 pages and the website 1,600 pages reference. This is what I'm running. Could you please search in google.co.jp? You can find the Rails and Japan. Probably you can see my program on page 1 or so. So I hope you will try searching it. Shibata-san made a presentation yesterday. I think we are actually presenting a lot of videos and movies, and some of them are free of charge. So in the YouTube, I have 3 programs. And 2008 people are registered. So we are now aiming at 10,000 people. I want to be a YouTuber. When I go to coffee shop, I see some people who said that, who watched my video, they subscribe in my video. So I think this is very important occasion for me, and I'm very ambitious to enlarge the audience. So through my experience, I would like to work with improvement of the learning, improvement of teacher. This is my work and fun, and Ruby Waves and tutorials is the content, but I just would like to have a generic content, and I just would like to share with you how to improve design of teaching, and that will be probably helpful in a training session for employees or the lectures or the classes, or if you teach to your friends. I hope my tips will be helpful. So there are 3 items I would like to cover. Number 1, what is how I am designing, and learning from data is very important in the field of education. And number 3, it's a brave decision making is very important. I would like to talk about overall course design of AIIT. AIIT actually stands for Advanced Institute of Industrial Technology, and this is run by Tokyo metropolitan government called Tokyo Metropolitan Public University Corporation, and one of that is AIIT. Feature of AIIT is PBL, that is problem solving skill and execution capability should be applied to this project-based learning, and PBL skill can be acquired by student over 2 years. After that, the master's degrees will be obtained. This is the curriculum we offer to the students. I am in charge of some program and in the information science and technology. At the very beginning, self-development efforts should be tried, and joint development is very difficult at the very beginning. So first step is self-development, and second step joint development, and then some subject project-based learning should be tried. This is a kind of the stepwise approach. This is the year 1, and second year is next PBL, and that is a determining point whether or not you can get a master's degree. And I'm in charge of the left-hand side, the top, that is something for the self-development. This is a graduate school. Everyone has his or her own objective coming here, and learning framework and learning language is also important. But something hard to change should be reinforced, and there are a lot of slides and materials available, like judgment capability, adaptability, or persistent enthusiasm are very important for recruitment of the students from the viewpoint of the companies. So framework and language are just the materials, and based on that, this kind of capability and attributes should be developed, and that is the general design of AIIT education. I think I still have a lot of time. It's okay. I was asked by interpreter to speak slowly, but I don't know whether I'm speaking slowly enough. Maybe I can slow down a little bit. We can learn from the data. So we can say this way, this is a conclusion. So trial and error approach is very important. Why do we need data? Because we can find where we are now. So 360 degrees evaluation is necessary, and through measurement, current place where I am now can be confirmed. So I think obtaining data is very important. With this kind of guideline, we can make an effort to the direction where everyone can be happy, and probably that will lead to numerical success, like this kind of evaluation figures. So this is my own data, and I'm sharing this for the first time to other people. So in case of AIIT, we do have the secretariat. They have this kind of system to score each item. So there are multiple axes, whether the syllabus was understandable enough, or materials are good or bad, or teaching capability, and multiple axes are set. Based on that, average score is calculated. Then I got 4.73. And last year, the similar research was done, and I got 4.40. That is last year's result. This is an extreme example, but if you tweet with 140 letters, I can give you A+. If I give this kind of assignment, I can get full mark in some score. However, important score includes usefulness. So this kind of tweeting assignment will get only 1 or 2 scores. So I think the multilateral evaluation is very important. I think this has a robust mechanism. And more specific example is as follows, like number of students are increasing. There are a lot of opinions. So, for example, I think there are a lot of assignments which has no correct, exact, right answer. So probably it is very important to have a skill to be able to find the appropriate direction in the place where there's no direct right answers. However, there are some people who want to work on the assignment which have just one or two right answers, then such people want to know correct answers only with assignment seeking answers. So this is a kind of the conflict between two parties. So brave decision is very important. I think that is also the case as the teachers or the engineers or management. You have to make a brave decision here and there. And let me cite the same example. Which direction you may go, not everyone will be fully satisfied with their own decision. So in my case, number of students increases. It is important to think about. At the very beginning, I only was teaching to 28 people. This year, I'm now teaching 45 people. This is the number of my students. Then, of course, they are diversified people. They actually pay their tuition, so they want to find a value after investment. Then there are a lot of opinions from them. And I don't think I can deal with all the opinions or all the requests because there are contradictory or conflicting opinion or requests. So I think the decision making is very crucial. Matsumoto-san was talking about type. So how to deal with type is very important. I think Matsumoto-san's decision making was crucial in that sense, how to do with that type. I don't know how the situation will be, but decision making is very important thing for us to perform. On the other hand, I think not only opposing opinions, but also many people consider they enjoy going to the same direction together as a class. So probably that is the area we can make improvement. Like this is probably the portion where I can improve the portion. On the left-hand side, there are comments I got. On the right-hand side is the countermeasures I took. Like some students said that there are no explanation about the assignment. He wanted some comment. And I thought it may be very difficult to give each one of the students comment by returning the assignment. But students need to have an explanation about the assignment. So probably during the course, I can verbally or orally explain the situation. Just an oral explanation. Like this explanation is good enough, and this expression is has some room for improvement. So by giving this kind of feedback, probably the students will be satisfied and they will be convinced like this kind of expression is good enough to work on this kind of assignment. And some students said that the assignment is too hard to work on. But I do not want to have a high score by giving easy and simple assignment. So probably I should take a measure like sharing the assignment at the early timings or basic assignment, advanced assignment, so that the student can choose either way. Probably that will be better. And that's how I try to improve. And last one. So, well, and decision making is very important. I need the courage. I think I should pay respect to Shibata-san. So he made a great decision, but he decided that this is the time to do something, and everyone has the capability to do the decision making. I don't know what happens in the future, but however, making decision is very valuable thing. Yeah. Now, I do have my summarization and take-home message. So probably I have to give some take-home message, and I worked very hard for that. And this is my summary. And take-home message is as follows. I just released this. So this is REST 7 type already released, and the hot wire and render Docker can be worked on. On top of that, on-site meeting is really great. I can have a face-to-face meeting with various people, various speakers. And the day before yesterday, I talked with Katei-san. And I thought I should include this like WASM type. This was also released. And this was just 30 minutes ago. And if you want to run the benchmark, the symbol integer string, if we want to have the benchmark, then how the speed can be evaluated. So not absolute value, but relative value is very important. Probably we can something, if you click once on the web, you can work on this. So we have the WASM type service, and also in talking about my school, AIIT, many people said that you live in Shimane Prefecture, but this is something offered by another company. But Sonic Urban have the free of charge camp for students. This is a great occasion. Everything is free of charge, and you can get online participation and PBL and the video, and invitation already started. You can apply later on. Twitter, I will share with you detailed information if you are interested. And also, if there's some time after finishing college, that's still okay, acceptable. So why don't you think about joining the Sonic Garden Camp? It should be very interesting. Now, this is the end of my presentation. I hope you can learn something from my talk. Thank you very much. Mr. Yasukawa, thank you very much. Because of time constraint, we cannot have question and answer session right now. Probably later you can ask him directly if you have any questions or inquiries. And thank you very much for a nice present. Thank you. Now, next speaker is Ms. Yukitori from Everleaf Corporation. Now we would like to have 30 minutes break. Next lecture will start at about 15:20. During the break, coffee is available in the first floor in the exhibition hall, and outside the floor, that green tea and Japanese sweets is available outside. And Japanese sweets is original ruby Japanese sweet, which is manufactured only for this hall for RubyWorld Conference 2022. And also, you can take PR materials of the sponsor companies. And Ruby Platinum sponsorship companies have the exhibition booth and the exhibition hall on the first floor. I appreciate your cooperation for anti-coronavirus measures by wearing facial masks and hand infection. If you need a receiver set of the simultaneous interpretation, please let us know. If there are any problem, the receiver set, please let staff know. When you leave, please make sure to return the receiver set at the reception desk. If you use parking lot, there's a free ticket service available. If you need it, please come to the exhibition hall on the first floor. In addition, there's a charging station for electronic device in the exhibition hall. You're free to use it. Thank you. We are going to resume the session. Please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next session. The speaker, Ms. Yuki Tori, is a web programmer, translator, and mother of 2 children. She translated books like Girls Who Code, Programming to Open the Future of Girls, written by Reshima Saujani, Ruby's Adventure series by Linda Lucas, Programming Elixir by Dave Thomas. And next spring, she is planning to publish entry-level programming book for 5th and 6th grader, You and Magic Programming Note for O'Reilly. Her title is Introductory Programming Education Starting from Ruby, entry-level book You and Magical Programming Note, My Learnings as an Author. Please go ahead. Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Tori. I'm very happy to be here. So this is the last session of the day 2. I hope you are not too exhausted. I will try to speak so that you will not fall asleep. My title is already mentioned, and I would like to introduce myself first. I work for Rails program in Every Leaf Corporation more than 10 years. Besides, I translate books for children, junior high students, and adults, the art-related and technology-related books, and Programming Elixir was translated with me and my husband. Fortunately, I came to write a book entitled You and Magic Programming Note for 5th grader. I'm finally going to publish a book about programming for children. And how to verbalize concept of programming to children was very challenging things for me. And a lot of effort and skills were necessary. This is something I would like to share with you so that you can learn something from my experience. On top of that, and how we can utilize that experience in my work using Ruby and future education. Let me talk about that book first of all. And I already mentioned this is a book for the 5th grader and 6th grader of primary school. And the story is rather long, but in a word, I can say, girl Yu got her own computer purchased by her parents. This is ordinary PC. I forgot to write. And this is the near future story. This is not the present day, near future story. Therefore, everyone has a computer in near future. And she also got one computer only for herself. She had a great excitement. She could do everything by herself. However, computer doesn't function at all because this is the type of PC she has to program and let it work for her. Now, she wondered what to do. And she doesn't know what to do. And she was frustrated. Then, suddenly, magic programming note appeared, and together with a note, she works with the programming. That is the basic story of the girl. Through this story, children can learn what programming is. And another thing I would like to mention about this book is that we do not refer to specific programming language like Ruby or Python or Scratch. I just would like to describe the generalized idea of what to think and the mindset in doing programming. And there are something like codes, like pseudo codes, but it's just pseudo codes in the Japanese language. That's what I use. When I applied for this World Conference, I applied saying that this book will be published in December 2022, but it was prolonged, and in the spring, next spring, the book will be published. We are very sorry about this difference. And when I applied, I did not mean to tell you a lie. So right-hand side, this is a sample of the book. Green color indicates this is a note, and icon is a word by you. This is just a rough idea, and it's going to change, and this is something you can imagine. One feature is that this has a story. This is the entry-level book, but the story. The girl, you, can solve issues around her with programming and computer. So I can say that this is the type of the book with fun. And generally speaking, there are not so many books about how to deal with computer and how to solve issues around readers with programming and computer. I think this kind of thing will be important for future children. So by programming and working the computer, children can think they can create their own world by themselves. So this is the direction I'm heading for. I'm very much proud of the illustration, and it's by Kaori Tsurutani. This is based on the manga, anime, like a BL Metamorphosis. This is very popular one, and even movie rendition was made. So with this beautiful illustration, I think you can actually expand, broaden the image, and it can draw readers into the world of the story. And I have a personal connection, and I happen to ask my friends to introduce this Ms. Kurotani. And another point I would like to talk about with my connection. She happens to be my friend. I asked her. I had a specialist, expert to do the supervision because this is a story for fifth grader. So when I translated programming Ellison, that was Japanese language. However, I need to write the Japanese language which is suitable, understandable to the fifth grader. And Ayaku Uchinami, she's associate professor at Risho University. She is the vice president of General Incorporated Association Slow Communication. She works over there. For the even for the foreigners who does not have the Japanese language fluency or people with mental retardation, for such people, ordinary Japanese language will be very difficult. And how to work with that, how to communicate with them is one of the interests for her. And she is actually involved in that kind of activity. So I asked her to be a supervisor of my Japanese language because I want to communicate to children. And that's good news and bad news about supervision because she actually corrected a lot of my statements. She often said that my way of expression is not communicable to little children. But based on that, I improved my writing and came up with a book. Well, the items covered in this book, U and magic programming note, variables, conditional branch, and repetition, array, and function, all only 5 items are dealt with. So only those, is that all? This is really the basics of basics. You may ask, is that all? But what do you mean, is that all? This is the maximum I can explain. It is because the variable, the fifth grader should be able to understand the variable verbally. Can you do that? Can you verbally explain variable, what variable is to fifth graders? I actually took a look at a lot of books like Ruby program for primary school kids. I actually checked a lot of books. I think this explanation is okay because there's a PC in front of children and book explains on the assumption of running the program. So if kids can actually use, kids can feel what it means. However, what I'm aiming at right now is something different. Inside the book, programming, simulation of program is done inside the book. And the children should be able to feel. And in order to explain the variable, in order to make the variable perfectly conceivable verbally in a book, information equivalent to 1 chapter is required. And there are 3 processes.
And first, we need to set a kind of a situation on stage where the story is just going on. And you need to use imagination. And then we just consider the variable as a kind of a concept. But we need to just put them into specific words. And then even those specific words that we may have in mind that may be too difficult for teenagers or school children to understand. So that means you need to plan them, make them more easier on the plane for them to understand. So first, in order to just explain the variables, I just create this kind of a situation or the stage that is about a help point. So that you is expected to help her mother, and then for such kind of a household chores and others, and then she is going to try to accumulate help points. And here, the points equal 3. I think you should understand this kind of a formula completely. However, if you start thinking about what is point and what is 3, and what is the meaning of this symbol equal, I think you have all these understanding already in your mind, but you have to put them into specific words and wording. And then the variable, that is a kind of a name in order to name or name given to indicate some data. So that kind of just a word or a verbal explanation necessary for children to understand. And for that purpose, there is some books that is quite helpful. And then this is a book published by Slow Communication that is 13 points and tips to make things easier. So here, this is the list of these 13 points that we would like to cover in my for publishing my own book. However, there is not enough time to explain everything, so I would like to just pick up only four out of these 13. And then the selection of information and the specific explanation and a clear subject and the shorter sentences. And the first selection of information and the specific explanation that is related to structure, and then the subject, clear subject writing, and then shorter sentences that is related to the sentence writing. And then first about information. So help or errand point, yes, there is some story. And then in terms of the variables, I just selected out these kind of topics for variable settings, the permanent data savings and coding, and the importance of variable names and the substitution and the calling of variables, and the calculation and the resubstitution of variables. And I tried to explain this thing in my own words. However, again, the supervisor said no, that is not good for children to understand. So I tried to just translate them into more specific stories. And then, so first the story, then that is easier for them to understand. Then work and the column, perhaps I can use this kind of different tools to explain. And then this is a specific instruction. You should not use analogy. For example, if you say that a variable is like a box or a container, then it is. She said that it is quite difficult, too much difficult for children to just have an image or just envision the image, specific image of the concept, even if you say the variable is a container. So what should I do instead of that? We can use this kind of illustrations. For example, this is Mr. Turutani's illustration. That is not exact illustration we want to use in our book. However, what is happening, in what way, and so the process of just changing things within some circle or container, that can be explained in this kind of illustration. That is how we want to do. And this is about sentence writing in Japanese. Yes, it is quite difficult to write quite clear and understandable sentences in Japanese. However, as you may know, oftentimes a subject is missing in Japanese sentences. And if there is no subject, oftentimes the readers need to think about what is the subject of these sentences. So that means that is just spending some part of the resources. So that means you need to just put clearly what is the subject in the sentences. I think that is most important point if you want to write something for children. And then shorter sentences. Particularly, you may be Twitter users. Well, oftentimes just you tend to write some background or situation explanation in the first half of the writing or sentences, and then you just start more specific comment you want to say truly. So and then that is on that oftentimes that is just written in a one sentence, but that is not good. You need to make sentences shorter and clear, and then with appropriate conjunctions. And is that truly understandable? I'm not sure, but soon after the publication or the review of the book, actually there is some process of review. That means we are gonna give the actual book a sample to the elementary school children, and then just try to get the feedback from them. That is a quite big challenge. And then there seems to be some time allowed to me, so I would like to slow down a little bit. So this is about the impact of Ruby and Ruby's future. Actually, yes, I just learned programming language. The first language I learned is Ruby, and writing the previous book, I realized that I learned about the variables and the repetition on in a RubyWorld. For example, repetition. If you want to explain the process of repetition, perhaps you may tend to use the array. That is an array of data like this. Then you can just express that repetition. However, that is a kind of a fortunate situation, because Ruby just how can I say, they extract the specific situation and then express them in abstract words. But as I said before, we need to we expect it to set kind of a situation or stage, and then this kind of a Ruby's writing or grammar. Well, actually, the writing a situation, setting up the situation, that is already incorporated into Ruby's commands or instructions. So that is already just embedded in Ruby code or Ruby grammar. But you can write the same thing like the right-hand way as well. That means while a statement. Something is going to change within this while step, and then that is related to the change of conditions. Well, I may be sounding a little bit ambiguous, but I believe that you understand me. So, Ruby is a kind of a language with a high level of sophisticated just coded situation. Or, as you see on the right-hand side, you can use Ruby in this kind of a specific or quite a particular, quite specific, and then the explainable way as well. And then so that means depending on the kind of resolution or level of understanding, you can write Ruby in different manners if you want to just let or have a Ruby do the same thing. But this is if the kind of elementary school children want to just do programming, a kind of a text programming, and that is not yet Ruby. I think that is the reality. And then I'm wondering why that is so, because I think many people, or still there are many children, don't know the existence of a Ruby, perhaps Python or Scratch or JavaScript. I think particularly even without the setting of development system, Java system may be easily just adapted or taught to children. And then at the present moment, there is no Ruby grammar guide that is written in Japanese, particularly in plain Japanese. To my knowledge, there is no such book or Ruby grammar guide available in Japan. And then also, as I said before, actually Ruby is not so easy tool even if you want to use, and that means there is no Japanese or Japanese language based environment in order to start using Ruby. So that means environment is not yet friendly for Ruby users, particularly if they are beginners. So I hope to create that kind of a environment. That's nothing to do with the book publication, but anyway, I hope to do this kind of thing. But now I have been given to publish a book of programming, so perhaps I can just include some information about Ruby in that book as well. Ruby code or Ruby grammar and others. Yes, there is something more I want to do about the Ruby beyond just publication of the book. So first I have to just complete writing the book, and after that I would like to just do something more in addition to just do something to Ruby programming for other people, particularly for children. So this is a kind of a summary I wanted to say so far. So there is a book, and then if there is a website you can write Ruby by reading that book, I think that is a very good welcome situation. And I can just create that kind of site because I'm a programmer. But still, the issue here is the Japanese language. And then I hope to use that Tsurutani-san illustration as well. Well, I think her illustration is so just attractive and beautiful. And but creating a website and using just especially beautiful illustrations, that costs some money, some amount of money that is not available free of charge. So I'm now looking for sponsors for me to be able to do that. However, I've never been just trying to collect a fund from anywhere, so I have no experience of that. And is there any way I can use? I'm not sure. I have no knowledge at all. So if you have some idea, please let me know anytime. So anyway, I have to just create a RubyWorld website, and then I'm now asking for some amount of money for that purpose. That may be not a good ending of my presentation. However, I'm not talking about money. Yes, I'm a Ruby lover, and I would like to just contribute to the future world where anybody can use a Ruby. So as a part of that process, I'm now writing the book. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tori-san. So I would like to just accept some questions from the floor. If you have any question, please raise your hand.
No questions? I spoke too fast. No, you're okay. Your speed was okay. It seems there are no questions right now. If you want to know more details, please contact her directly. For children, a book, great book will be made, and a brilliant site should be made, and you need sponsors to do that. But seeking sponsor is not everything. I just wanted to introduce the book, but there may be some companies who wants to be a sponsor, or if you know potential sponsors, please let her know. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. this has been Mr. Lee. Please give her big hands once again. Thank you very much. Very understandable communication is very challenging, but she's working hard for that goal. Now, after this, we are going to have closing ceremony. Could you please wait for a second until everything is set on the stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to start the closing ceremony. On behalf of the host and the Deputy Chair of the Organizing Committee of Ruby World Conference, and Mr. Inoue is now delivering a few words of greeting. Thank you very much, everybody. Now it is time for the closing ceremony to start. After a 3-year interval, we are now here. So everybody is quite warm-hearted. I wonder how I should deliver the few words, but I would be very happy if you support me. With regard to the number of participants, yesterday 381, today 344 people. In total, 725 participants came over here. Thank you very much. Matsumoto-san prepared this is an intention letter of intent of this organization, and so I don't know whether we can have it or not. And please do come. And Aaron is one of the guest speakers. So let's make the future together. Let's create the future together. So let's make for that. So you have experience of that. And today and from now on, we can actually take steps forward for our goal, the creation of the future. These are the organizations supporting this program. And together with those people, we have been making effort. These are the special advisors, including the governor and mayor of the local governments. This is a working committee and organizing committee led by Mr. Matsumoto-san, and there are many parties involved from whom we have got various feedbacks and also opinions. This is a program review committee, including the chair, Matsumoto-san, and these people were actually sorting out and also did the screening of the presentations and also the lecturers and speakers. Working group is chaired by Mr. Maeda, the Secretariat General of the Secretariat. This year, last year, and so 2 years. Actually, yesterday, last year it was an online format, and 3 years ago, so all the discussions of the working committee were conducted on the online basis. So therefore, we could be very effective and efficient. And special sponsors have been supporting us too. The prefecture government of Shimane and also the city of Matsue. Thank you very much for your strong support. We deeply appreciate your support and also cooperation. There have been many people who have actually gave us the contribution and support M3 network and applied communication information, Medpeer, Cubic, and GMO Pepperbo, Relic, and PAD. So these are all Ruby sponsors, and we are very, very happy that we could get support from these people. So platinum sponsor, Far End Technology, Komatsu Electronic and Sky, Kiwi Go. And thank you very much and for your support. Gold sponsors, eGrid, World, AWA System Management, and Matsukei Sprout, Sun Asterix, Medley, and Fenrir, Japan Business Pairing, and also PendanceNet, and Smart, and also Flying, and also Shimane OS, and Association, and Techno Project, and Internet, and Initiative, and CMC Solutions, Ruby Development, and Shimane Information, and also that Communication Center. Thank you. Silver sponsors, SEO Labo, and Yakumo Software, Acute Syscom, Japan HiSoft, Fujitsu Japan, Open Group, Fund Next, Mayo, Boom Japan, the Lightweight and Ruby Forum, Ichibata Electric and Railway, Kuon, Persona DX Technology Headquarters, Smart Style, Live into Code, Galileo Scope, Provismo, Energy Communications and Study Plus, Monster Lab, Zawell, DocRun, Trash Software, ESA, and Ruby Business and Promotional Organizations. Thank you very much. Given the support from these actually people, actually 56 organizations, we have been able to organize this program. Thank you. On the part of the Secretariat, it was actually Ichibata Electronic Railway Corporation. Thank you. And the working group members are now shown on the screen. And 6 times we had a discussion for the preparation. They were all online discussions. And Ichibata has been working as a secretariat, and the members of the Ichibata Electronic Railway gave us a tremendous contribution and support. And the translation has been actually contributed by Summer International, and they are working on the 4th floor. Thank you. ASP, they are also on the 4th floor. Thank you very much for your support. And the ACO, and thanks to their effort, and we had a very, very present and also excellent visuals and also sounds forum. And he is a cameraman, professional cameraman for this conference. And the Ruby Association, so on behalf of Ruby Association, who was actually the affiliate and organization, there have been a lot of support from them. And I appreciate your support and effort in the receptionist desk, and we had a tea ceremony as well. Did you enjoy that? So that was supported by those ladies in the group. This is an exhibition hall in which many booths were presented, and many students visited them yesterday. And Ichihara-san has working as a guide, and it was a very, very informative exhibition. Thank you. And this year, the MC has been served by Miwa Shihara-san, and the bracelet is Ruby bracelet. They're very, very impressive, and it was an excellent MC performance. Thank you. For the opening ceremony, we received those addresses, and Matsumoto-san said that we have to have a face-to-face meeting. Governor Maruyama actually gave the video message in which he tried, he reiterated the importance of the passion and also enthusiasm. On behalf of the mayor, Mr. Nomi came over. Actually, in this one, he made a large contribution for the Ruby city creation, and he is continuing his effort so that this Matsue city will be even more attractive. From METI, Mr. Ogawa came. DX and Izumi-san was also here, who was very, very, very keen and on the listening to the presentations. Mr. Ogawa is so also very enthusiastic about listening to the presentations. Matsumoto-san, and we learned a lot from him. The charging, you never forget about charging. And that was very important. Velocity enhancement was also emphasized. So if you talk about an entrepreneurship and engagement enhancement and also the profitability enhancement, so Ruby it can be used for those purposes. And the Ruby Biz Grand Prix was actually presented on the 9th, actually the day before the start of the conference meeting. It was held and actually online. It was a 3-day session in Shimane Prefecture. This year again, we had the presentation ceremony. So these 3 days have been the Ruby days. And Juki Matsue, Shipyo, were given the Grand Prix. Juki Matsui is an actual MB/C mounted and for the controller. In the manufacturing industry, MB/C will be perhaps deep-rooted and also disseminated. And in the case of Shipyo, for the marine transplantation, Ruby is now utilized. Last year, Yamato was the awardee. And Hiki was also, Yamato were actually expanding their virtual world expansion. And this year, and the marine transportation and the manufacturing industry have been involved. Therefore, the coverage of Ruby is surely enhancing, advancing, and widened. We are very happy about it. Congratulations to those awardees. On the second day, Mr. Maeda, the Secretary General, actually gave his words and addressed his words of greeting. He emphasized the importance of having fun and enjoy it. And the Ruby Prize, Ruby Biz and Prize, Yuta Saito-san, congratulations on your being awarded and with the Grand Prix 2022. And Chambushie-san and Atsukani-san are the final nominees. Thank you very much for coming here. We deeply welcome you. We are very happy to have you here. And the Ruby Prize and Musician Department is now being opened. And I was really very happy to listen to your excellent singing. So you are a singer, aren't you? And the presentations were given by those lecturers, and Hasumi-san, the first batter, R2P2 was introduced, and so Pico Ruby, the dissemination was his main task, and I had that impression too. And Sasada-san, debug gem was introduced and discussed by him. Actually, he said that please be very informal and also relaxed. And so let us come forward. And so we should have inquiries with Sasada-san. Shibata-san. So Ruby's ecosystem was discussed by him, and also the velocity, speed is important, but at the same time, the presence of beginners is essential. That was emphasized by him. Endo-san is here. Secure. So security enhancement for Ruby, that was another subject and he discussed. And the Ruby Association, he said very important remarks, and he said that please do make a financial contribution to Ruby. So please do remember, that is a take-home message. And the loop was introduced by Relic. Dyson is a name. He is a very advanced and beginner of Ruby. That was my impression. And Ray Van Gia-san from Vietnam. In Vietnam, Ruby was first learned by him, and he actually founded his own company, Japan Capital Oriented company. Thank you very much for coming here. We are very happy to have you in Ruby Conference, World Conference. Yasukawa-san. Yasuka-san has given presentation many times, and so he is actually deeply involved with the education, and he has been observing a lot of progress and also history. The Ruby's tutorialship has been owned and also provided by him. Please do continue that. And Tori-san, Tori-san seems to be a bit nervous, and the remarks is that the financial contribution is important and for her publishing a book. And please remember that that is also take-home message. Aaron Patterson, thank you for your keynote address. Something is in my mind. How old are you, if I may ask that? So actually, this is actually that the drivers and mark only for elderly people when they drive. So I was wondering why. And so a cross-platform and a potential was suggested and proposed. And Shopify's internal Ruby ecosystem was discussed. It is a really magnificent and a huge and a magnificent program. That is my impression. And the engineers and ergonomics is important and so speedy and also easy to use so that you can complete the task as quickly as possible. That is actually important feature Ruby can actually provide. So we have learned so many things and from these lecturers and speakers. Thank you. We would like to give it a big round of applause. For the 2 days, and how have you been? How did you feel about it? So it's my sincere hope that we can have it again next year in this venue. So let's meet again tomorrow. So tomorrow I will enjoy golfing. So let's have fun in life. Thank you. Inoue-san, Hiroshi Inoue actually delivered a message as a closing remark. Thank you very much. This marks the conclusion of the 2-day session of the Ruby World Conference 2022. All the agenda have been completed, and the Secretary Organizing Committee is actually hoping for the furtherance and advancement of the Ruby. And that is actually the starting point of this World Conference. I hope that this will give a strong momentum for the furtherance of the Ruby's dissemination in the world. My sincere thanks addressed to all of you. And then again, thank you. And this concludes today's session and the conference. If you have been using the transceiver for the translation, please leave them at the receptionist desk. And if you have been parking your car, please come to the exhibition hall because the car park is now ticket is given to you. So thank you again, and this concludes the Ruby World Conference 2022. Thank you.